I was ready, but she wasn't. I'd like to call this meeting to order, and Roberta, would you please read the roll?
Supervisor Long. Here. Supervisor Zaragoza.
Here.
Supervisor Parks.
Here.
Supervisor Foy.
Here.
Supervisor Bennett.
Here. I'm very pleased to invite Lucy Ford from Ventura County Mental Health to come up, and she's going to do our moment of inspiration, and she looks like she has a cohort with her here. All right. Good morning, Lucy.
Good morning.
Richard LaPerriere, Ventura County Alcohol and Drug Programs.
Great. Good morning.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors, Chairman Bennett. We want to thank you for the opportunity to do this small presentation. Detoxification is often the first crucial step in the process of recovery from addiction. In 2005, the Board of Supervisors granted funding of $100,000 to Ventura County Behavioral Health Alcohol and Drug Programs to start such a program.
I'm going to ask you to move right in between those two speakers. Yeah, there
Like
you
this?
go. That's better.
Stereo.
Right.
This resulted in a contract with Tarzana Treatment Centers and a program that really focused on detoxification, treatment, and follow-up at the end of the process. In 2008, because of our outstanding results, this board increased our funding by 50%. The outcome measures of ADP clients in completing detoxification, entering treatment post-detoxification, and completing successfully this treatment has caught the attention of UCLA in their integrated substance abuse program led by Rick Rawson, and by the State of California Alcohol and Drug Programs in their new task force called COSAR, which stands for Continuum of Service System Reengineering. They looked at our data and were impressed by the fact that we served so many people so well that most of the people that entered detox continued into treatment, and we had lots of successful completions. To this date, we've served over 203 county residents. There's no doubt that in human terms, this service is invaluable. Without the resources to provide such a service, many of our clients would not have the ability to begin the recovery process, and very likely would continue to use other resources, such as emergency resources, and eventually die. We've had many success stories in the past 4 years. Unfortunately, under the rules of confidentiality and ethics that govern such services, we don't have any live testimonies, but we do have success stories, and Lucy Ford, licensed clinical social worker, will present those success stories. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, Lucy.
Board of Supervisors. As treatment professionals, and I think I speak for my colleagues when I say we're in the unique position of seeing people's lives change right in front of us. And with the inpatient detoxification, we're able to help even more people change their lives. So I'm going to present three vignettes briefly. The first one, a woman I'll call Anne, was a 42-year-old registered nurse, married mother of 2 children, referred by her doctor for inpatient detoxification after failing outpatient detoxification. She was drinking 1.5 pints of vodka a day for the past 3 years and was unable to work and just lost her home to foreclosure. So she came into our service. We sent her to the Tarzana Detox, and after that she returned to ADP and immediately enrolled in treatment. She now has over 4 months of sobriety. She's fully participating in her children's activities. Her marriage has improved, and she is getting ready to return to work within the month. The second example, a man I'll call George, was a 49-year-old unemployed contractor, homeless, destitute. He had lost everything. He had been hospitalized twice in the past year with alcoholic seizures and vomiting blood. We sent him to detox. He completed his detox and enrolled in ADP immediately afterwards. I'm happy to say he now has over a year's sobriety and is rebuilding his business. He has his own apartment. He's paying his bills. And as he says, without detox and treatment, he would be dead by now. The third example is a 51-year-old unemployed professional artist. She was hooked on Xanax for the past 2 years. She was unable to work, unable to do anything, very depressed. We sent her to Tarzana Detox, and afterwards she enrolled in ADP, And she also has over a year of sobriety now. She's happy, no longer depressed, and she's just started to work again as a professional artist. And she says that the detox and treatment program helped save her life. And as you can see by these three examples, it's the combination of detox plus treatment that helps people to turn their lives around and rebuild their lives. And at ADP, as including the inpatient detoxification as part of our continuum of care, reflects our commitment to provide the best treatment service possible, one that helps heals individuals and heals families and helps rebuild our communities. Thank you.
Well, thank you for this moment of inspiration. It reminds me of a few things. One, how horrible of a scourge, drug and alcohol has become in our society in terms of the damage that's done, and how satisfying of work it must be to help people turn their lives around. And that's certainly inspiring for me and something for us to remember. It lets us touch just one real-life example of the important work that gets done by county employees every day here in Ventura County. So thank you, and thank your colleagues for coming today and letting us know about your program this morning. It is a good moment of inspiration for us.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Before we do the Pledge of Allegiance, I just want to point out we're on a very tight schedule today, and so all of our public comments are going to be 3 minutes. If there's anybody here for public comments on any of our items or for public testimony, etc., please know that it'll be 3 minutes, and hopefully this advance notice will help you adjust your comments a little bit. Carrie, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Okay. We could use all right. We have a motion for the minutes, and I'll second it. You guys trying to slow us down here today? All right. We're ready to vote. Anybody that doesn't vote right with the first call will be taken out to the woodshed. Here we go. And it passes again to our surprise 5-0. All right, we're at agenda review. Ms. Robinson?
Yes, Chair Bennett. On the regular agenda, item 37, Department of Airports, there's a revised board letter, page 1. Relates to recommendation number 3. What has been added is not to exceed $3,985,265. On regular, you all received a copy of that. Regular agenda item 38, the Fire Protection District. There's a revised board letter, page 2, a change in the first paragraph. You've received a copy of that, and it's been posted. Regular agenda item 54, there's a revised page 1. Recommendation to change word accept to apply for. And then there's an addendum item with the Healthcare Agency, Ventura County Medical Center. It's ratification of, approval of, and authorization for the Healthcare Agency Director to sign the application from American Recovery and Reinstatement Act, ARRA, grant funds for Health Center Integrated Services Development for funding for the Ventura County Center's construction of an improved medical clinic building space. And I believe you all received copies of that, and they've been posted to the web.
Okay, good. Anything from the supervisors? I think Supervisor Argosa, you wanted to pull item 21 from consent, correct? All right, so we'll pull item 21 from consent. We'll hear that first and then do it as part of the consent calendar after we have the hearing. Anything else? All right. Okay, we need a motion for the agenda as modified. Seconded. I second it, and we're ready to vote. And the agenda has been passed. We have some passive-aggressive behavior up here. Right? We are now at consent items. Item 21, Supervisor Zaragoza.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I wanted to ask Mr. Pacala, some information, regarding item 21. First of all, I think that it's absolutely essential that we that we authorize a resolution for the Public Works Director to sign that so we can get some stimulus money, hopefully. But we have some concerns that petitions from residents from El Rio that they have concerns about connecting to the sewer system. And I think it's important that that the folks in El Rio understand that we're connecting to the City of Oxnard sewer system. And the City of Oxnard has been gracious enough to maintain a certain cost to connect to the sewer system without raising that money. So I also like to have you share with us, that the cost of the sewer system, the cost of connecting to their personal residences, to the lateral, and also to allow them to disable the septic tank. So can you just share 1, 2, 3 for us, on that, so that the people from El Rio and other people can understand the process?
Good morning, Chair Bennett, members of the board.
Good morning,
Mrs.
Reddy.
Robinson, Reddy Patala with Water and Sanitation Department, the Public Works Agency. What you have in front of you, item 21, is adoption of 3 resolutions for the El Rio sewer project. These resolutions were previously approved for this project or other projects. However, we are at this time going through a request for $10 million RF funding from the State Water Resources Control Board. As part of that requirement, they're asking us to make minor changes to these resolutions. That's the reason we are coming in front of your board for those changes in the resolutions. As far as overall cost for the project, the total construction costs are $38 million. So far, county has been able to secure about $18 million in grants. As far as the connection fee, as your board is aware, we have an agreement with the City of Oxnard. City was very helpful. They have agreed to hold the line on their sewer connection fee for the residential properties, which is about $3,539 per home. And even though their rates have gone up, for this community of El Rio, that rate has been held steady. And that continues to be the same until we complete this project, which we are expecting to be done by end of 2011. The letter that you're referring to is in the correspondence agenda item. It's our understanding that there are some folks concerned about paying the connection fee. But what I would like to point out is this connection fee is for them to connect to the sewer system. If they opt not to connect, they will be subject to the penalties from the State Water Resources Control Board. That penalty could be as much as $5,000 per day. And so it's really the property owner's choice. Your board has been supportive of helping the people in this community, and that's what we have been working on this project for the last 8 years. And as I said, we have able to obtain about $18 million, and if we are successful in getting this $10 million, that's almost $28 million.
Of the 38.
Of the $38 million. And if there was no support from the county, the rates for these residents would have been close to $200,000 per month.
That's right.
And so with your help, and we are able to get this grant funding, once I know exactly how much grant RF funding we'll be able to get for this project, I will report to you what the rates would be. Until that time, I don't have the number, but it'll be, I believe it's going to be in the $60 range.
And Mr. Chair, I want to add too, that the people should understand that this is a state mandated Water Resource Board mandate. And as you mentioned before, the county is merely helping to broker the financing to work with the City of Oxnard to get the stimulus money, and I think it's important that our residents understand that.
Yeah.
And of course also the penalties, as you mentioned before, of not hooking up to the sewer system, because as you know, we have the water drought upon us, and we need to take care of that water, underneath us. So I think I just wanted to have the people understand that we as a county are the brokers trying to assist the residents to comply with that mandate. And I just want to thank you too for your excellent work, and the county, Mr. Pratt and you and the rest of the agency for doing an excellent job for for the El Rio community. I just wanted to share that.
Thank you. And while you're up here, Reddy, I just want to ask a question. Who will pay the penalties if we didn't do all of this stuff? My understanding is to be the homeowners would be.
Yes, homeowners
Yeah.
will be subject to the penalties.
So the efforts that we're doing are to try to protect the homeowners from being assessed penalties by the water board for pollution coming from their septic. So it's an interesting thing. Many times you could say it's up to them to try to solve this problem. Instead, government is doing what it does, which is help people, in a collective sort of effort. So.
And I want to add something else too. And in addition to the information that we're sharing now, we've had 3 or 4 MAC, Municipal Advisory Commission meetings, and we've explained this in both English and Spanish several times, not only by Mr. Pacala, but also his staff members too. So I just want the people there to understand that we are doing the max that we can to help them out to reduce those costs. And we're concerned too with those costs to the individuals. But I want them to understand that we are the brokers trying to assist.
Yes, sir.
And I just want to thank you for that.
Okay.
And I'd like to make a motion to approve.
All right. How about now we can roll that back into item 20, into the consent calendar, and just do the whole motion for the whole consent calendar?
Yes, sir.
All right. We
If
have
we
no
should
speaker
vote.
cards on this consent calendar. Is that correct, Roberta?
No.
All right.
Did we do that? We did that, except 21. For 21.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank
You made the motion. It's been seconded. We're ready to vote.
Thank you.
Mr. Pacala.
I thought we were doing. And we've already voted on the consent calendar.
You got so involved in this.
They don't give me this gavel for nothing up here. Right? So now we have to do 2 votes. We need to do, and this. I'd like to have this not recorded against my time, my running time. Yes, right. All right. Now we can approve the consent calendar. All right. It's been moved and seconded, and I think that was a Peter Foy conspiracy. I'm sure. To slow it down. All righty. Here we are at public comments. We have 5 speaker cards here. Lucas Zucker. It's our first speaker. And on deck, Bert Perillo. If you'd move on down, Bert, we'd appreciate it. And then Eric Stennard would be after that. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Chair, members of the County Board of Supervisors. My name is Lucas Zucker, and I'm the summer research intern for the Central Coast Alliance United for a Sustainable Economy, commonly known as CAUSE. CAUSE is a nonprofit community organization working for social, economic, and environmental justice. In October, the federal government will release its first report on the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act, Accountability and Transparency. CAUSE is conducting research to achieve these goals locally. These are incredibly difficult economic times that require the most targeted and effective use of these funds. The information and recommendations I share today are based on research involving an extensive review of online resources and in-person or telephone interviews with county, city, and public institution representatives in Santa Barbara and Ventura counties. We have many opportunities for improved public information on the stimulus funding in our county. While we have a website tracking grants we receive, there is much room for improvement for residents to see the concrete benefits in their communities. Information that could be made available includes jobs created, timelines, pictures or maps, contracted companies, and information on local projects not administered by the county itself. Our county has received about $136 million so far, less than Santa Barbara County, although we have twice their population. This is mostly due to 3 large projects there, totaling $91 million. Given that Santa Barbara County, with 8.2% unemployment, is not considered economically distressed, Ventura County should pursue all possible additional funding. As of the July EDD unemployment statistics, Ventura County, at 10.2%, was below the state average. Nevertheless, Piru, Fillmore, Santa Paula, and Oxnard have concentrated unemployment rates well above the state average. With this in mind, I have some specific information and recommendations on local job creation and social equity. The Federal Highway Administration projects administered by Public Works are an example we can be proud of. Out of 4 contracts, 2 were to a local company, a disadvantaged minority-owned business from Oxnard. A third was to a company that is not local, but is mostly hiring here through their local branch. But a significant missed opportunity was the Piru wastewater treatment plant. Piru, with the highest unemployment rate in the county, at 17.5%, desperately needs these jobs. The $14 million in construction was contracted to a company from San Bernardino County, and we have no local hire policy or project labor agreement. However, another potential opportunity is the El Rio sewer collection system, which is awaiting imminent approval for stimulus funds. Should it be approved, this would be a crucial project in an economically distressed community. This time, we should include provisions for local hire through a project labor agreement or other policy. The Recovery Act was intended to create jobs where they are needed most to stop this economic freefall. Job creation should be about local hiring, especially in high unemployment communities, but it should also be about equity in terms of gender and race. Disadvantaged ethnic communities often suffer the greatest losses in recessions. Stimulus construction projects go to industries that are over 90% male, but all of us suffer from this devastating recession. As responsible representatives of your communities, I ask you to do everything you can to ensure that the benefits of the Recovery Act reach all residents of Ventura County.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sucker. Your time is up. Cause is very fortunate to have an articulate intern like you spending the summer with him and doing a nice job.
Thank you.
Supervisor Parks has a question.
Two
for you.
questions. One is if you have that report, if you could get us a copy, I think that would be helpful.
Sure.
And I missed what you had said. What is the primary reason for the difference in the amount of stimulus money between Santa Barbara and Ventura County?
It's mostly based on 3 large projects, Vandenberg Air Force Base, UCSB Research, and the Santa Maria Levee, and they're respectively $40 million for the levee, $19 million for UCSB, and $32 million for Vandenberg. And so that really creates the discrepancy.
Thank you. I look forward to reading it.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Bert Perillo. On deck, Eric Stennard, and then Dale Hodges after that.
Good morning, Supervisors.
Good morning, Bert.
Good morning, John. Good morning, Steve. Bert Perillo, I'm speaking as a representative for the Inter-Neighborhood Council Forum in the City of Oxnard. First, I would like to compliment the previous speaker. He brought information that I was unaware of. Compliment his job. I would like to thank the county. The Inter-Neighborhood Council Forum has been attempting to get a copy of the Piru Dam inundation map, which is located on the main lower floor of your facility, this facility, dated 11/07. It's in the information. It's displayed on the informational technology wall as you go into health services. We were having rather a difficult time obtaining this information. One of our members had suggested that contact the supervisor. So since I live in the District 1 supervisorial district, Steve Bennett, I contacted him. I'm here to thank Steve Bennett and his staff. His staff was responsive, professional, efficient, and courteous, and we received all the information that we requested. And again, thank you to the county, and thank you, Steve, for your staff, and it's greatly appreciated. The information will be shared with the City of Oxnard neighborhoods. Thank you.
I thought that Supervisor Bennett was doing a good job, too. Right? Thank you, Bert. It's nice of you to take the time to come in and do that. Seriously, you hear a lot of people complaining, and not very many people take the time to do that, so I really appreciate it. Eric, and then on deck is Dale Hodges. If you'd come on down to the front, please, Dale. Thank you.
Chairman Bennett and Board, Eric Sternau, Executive Director at Interface Children and Family Services. Good morning. I just wanted to give you a quick update as to what's happening with our domestic violence transitional shelters. There's obviously been a lot of concern about that, a lot of press recently, so I thought I'd just give you a brief update. When the state budget passed, it removed 100% of the funding that supported Interface's domestic violence transitional shelters. There was also a similarly sized, about a $200,000 hit to the coalition, which impacted their shelter as well. So these were pretty huge reductions in terms of resources to provide domestic violence shelter and support in our community here. And for the impact for us and the clients that we serve is really a situation like this. We have the 30-day shelter, as does the coalition, and we're working closely together, and that relationship is going great, by the way. But without the transitional homes, what this means is that a victim is making this calculation. Can I escape this violent situation at home, go into a shelter for 30 days, and emerge after 30 days with new housing, a job, bank account, driver's license? I've got my kids who are traumatized. You can imagine what that calculation is for a woman to think, can I do this within 30 days if there was no transitional shelter? Now, the uncharacteristically positive part of my presentation, I don't oftentimes get to do that. I'm really pleased to say that the community has stepped up to respond. We have support from United Way, from the Spanish Hills Foundation. We've got a lovely woman by the name of Heather Frankel. I just have to mention her by name from the See Me Sunrise Rotary. She called me and said, we're not going to let this happen. And she's been spending days getting support from the Rotaries around all of Ventura County to help and restart these homes. At this point, we have commitments or pledges to restart 2 of the transitional shelters, and we're on our way towards the 3rd. It's only $30,000 each to run that shelter for the entire year. And if we're able to open all 3, then we should have a capacity to be able to serve 36 women and their children for up to 90 days transitional shelter after they leave the emergency shelter. So it's really actually a great story. We've also had some private donors come forward and make some sizable donations to support this. So I thought you should know that. In case you didn't know already, you live in a community with some really lovely and generous people who see the needs around them and step up to support that. And it's pretty great.
Thanks for taking the time to tell us that. It's also really good just that Interface is out there continuing, particularly at this critical time, to hold it together. So thanks for your good work there. I guess the concern that I have is when the government cuts back like this, at first there is sort of a groundswell of we're not going to let this happen. But
Right.
how long-term sustainable will that be is something we're all going to have to keep our eyes on. And stuff.
Absolutely. Really good point. We're already starting to set our sights on next year because this will last for 1 year, but at least gives us 1 year to really work as a community to make
Great,
it happen.
thank you. Supervisor, goes ahead.
Mr. Chair, also, I want to thank Eric, because this Saturday, he's going to be our partner over at the Nyland Acres Annex, and we're going to open that, as you know, we're having a little barbecue there on Saturday from 11 to 2, and he's going to be our partner there, Interface, in helping the Nyland Acres community. So I want to thank you for, even though with all those financial concerns that we have, you're still helping us out.
Glad to be there. It's important.
So I want to thank Interface for that, too.
Thank you.
Thank you, Eric.
Okay, thanks.
Dale Hodges, and on deck, Gregory Foresi. Hope I'm pronouncing that right, sir.
Hi,
Good morning, Dale.
I stand as a charter member of the Steve Bennett Fan Club. Thank you for your service. Your staff rocks.
He gets 6 minutes.
The truth is, I will revise my comment. I had a big story for you today, so in respect for all of that. First of all, the staff, you've really got it going on here. The folks upstairs have been just bending over backwards, but then when you try and give them some accolades, they go, that is just the way we do it. And the phone calls get answered, and everything's really going well for us. You might remember that we're hoping to minimize the pesticides that we're putting into our environment and poisons in general. I did have a meeting with the County Works Director's office there, and he was kind of telling me the Matilahaw Canyon Dam thing is the cow's out of the barn, so let it go. And when I reported that back to my people, they got all upset, and they said I'm a sellout. So I did some research. I've done some research on the upcoming program, taking advice from somebody that really knows, so Jeff Pratt there. The Upper San Antonio Creek Watershed Giant Reed Removal Project, I was looking through the details of that, and I'm presupposing that a lot of what this says was signed off on by you folks for the Matilahaw watershed. I'm assuming that it's very, very akin. And I'm going to be speaking with Pam Lindsay about that. But the point is, what we're seeing in the Matilahaw is nothing like this presentation that you've got here for San Antonio. I know one thing that, I don't know this. My impression is that you don't think that they're spraying in the canyon, that it's all about cut and dab. And it truly is a big spray project up there. Their supervision and so forth is lacking. And I just want you to know that. We look forward to working with everybody individually with your offices to let you know and see if we can't minimize the poisons that are going into our watershed.
Thank you. Just for the record, my understanding is I've never had the impression they weren't spraying. They're not spraying when they get within a certain distance of the water. When they get a certain distance of the water, then they don't spray, and that's where they do the cut and daub. But in places where they're not close to the water, where there's like the giant reed is you know, when it's very thick and all that stuff, that's when they're going in with and spraying down on it with those, they get up over it and stuff, right?
Good knowledge, good
That's,
knowledge.
that's my understanding. Okay, great, thank you. All righty. Greg Floresi? I'm not pronouncing your last name right, sir.
Yes. Good morning, sir. Look, this is a problem of respecting the law, overzealous respect for the law, which the Building and Safety of Simi Valley is doing. It shall be unlawful for any person, firm, or corporation to erect, construct, enlarge, alter, move, improve, convert, equipment, use, occupy, or maintain a building or structure of the city, or cause the same to be done contrary to or to in violation of any provision of this chapter. People sometimes they are converting storage area in a living area illegally, and this law is enforced in the city of Compton, in the city of Palm Springs, also in the city of Ventura. The city of Simi Valley, exactly is a building and safety Geddes farmer. He committed the crime of perjury lying in the court. The project of 846 California Avenue is dangerous and it's unsafe. And based on this statement, the court granted the request of the city to demolish the house. The house was demolished, but the point is the Building and Safety approved 4 times this project before, legally. They had the blueprints, the plans, and they didn't care about this problem of convertibility of a basement in the space of living. And I have here proof why they are making this overzealous policy. They have this overzealous policy, and also hidden by the public this problem. For example, when we are submitting plans, they should say in advance, look, we do allow this or we do not allow this. At the beginning, when the plans was submitted to the city, they didn't check enough, and also they didn't present any warning to the owner for this project. So finally, the damage is about $70,000. And I have here the proof, other cities and pictures, what you want, if you want to see.
Great. If you'll give those to the clerk, she'll pass them out to us. And sir, where do you live?
In the city.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. As we come to a close of our comments, I would just be struck a little bit. I mean, we had a presentation this morning from Cause, presentation from Bert, a specific item that they needed, and he just wanted to report on. And then we went up to Ojai Valley and heard about that. And this gentleman here, the right to petition your government works in this country. That there is something very valuable and sacred about being able to just come up and get your 3 minutes to make sure you can get things on people's radar screen and stuff. And with that, I'll turn it over to board comments. Supervisor Foy, would you like to kick us off?
Thank you. I'd like to adjourn in memory of the people on this list. And also say it's hopefully everybody's having a wonderful summer and just to enjoy the rest of it. So thank you.
Thank you. I would like, my turn?
Yes.
I would like to have a moment of silence. Today is Smokey the Bear's 65th birthday. Okay. Also wanted to point out we approved this morning a WaterWise website, participation with other agencies, and the Triumph Sanitation District Board has agreed to a proposal that I put forward that it's going to have a competition for people who want to switch out their lawns and put in drought-resistant landscaping. And we formed a green ribbon panel that's going to have people submit their new plans, and then we have a few $1,000s to put forward for $100 awards. And then we're going to go and visit the homes and visit the landscape and make it a public educational tool too, because we find that is a real good way to reduce water use. Some 70% of residential water use goes towards watering lawns, so that's a good way to save. And it's so important that we have to do that now too. We're all under mandates to reduce by 15%, which so far we are hanging in there and doing. I also wanted to point out we had Eric speak about the cuts by the state to domestic violence shelters. And to me, you think about the priorities that our state has, that is something that they could cut is just alarming to me. It's nice to see people stepping up to the plate and helping, but this is really something that we need to move our state in the right direction on, I think. And then I'd also ask that we close in honor of the people on this list, and I just did want to call out Ali Safinelli, Lisa Safinelli's husband, a wonderful member of our community, has been long gone. Our hearts go out to her and ask that we close in their honor.
Excuse me. Thank you. Supervisor Zaragoza, excuse me, Supervisor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to also adjourn in memory of this, on the people in this list. And I'd like to report that this weekend, besides being at St. John's Hospital almost the whole week, I had one of my sisters that's pretty ill. Besides that, I attended the Maritime Museum fundraiser over at the Channel Islands Harbor, and I want to thank you, Mr. Chair, and Supervisor Long for being there. It's I think this Maritime Museum is going to be an excellent addition to the Channel Islands Harbor, and they're moving from across the harbor there from Fisherman's Wharf over to where the Port Royal restaurant used to be. And I think it's just going to be a welcome sight to, and a wonderful asset for the community. Also, Stan Hakes attended the monthly meeting with the Chamber of Commerce to keep in contact with the businesses in Oxnard and to continue to form our partnerships with the business community, the cities, and so forth. In addition to that, I want to thank Michael Powers and Barry Zimmerman and Dr. Gonzalez. This last week, he also had a ribbon-cutting affair over at the Mexican consulate, where the Mexican government is coming out with a program called Ventanillas de Salud, or Windows of Health, where individuals from Mexican citizenship can come in and apply for health care, and the Mexican government's paying for this, is my understanding. So they come in and if they need glasses, if they need dental work, if they need some kind of vaccination, whatever, they go in and contact the Mexican consulate. They're referred over to the Ventura County clinics, and they take care of it. And I understand the Mexican government pays for that. And one of the big benefits about it keeps those individuals healthy, and also it helps us with hopefully not having that many individuals contacting our ER units, in our hospital. So, excellent program. And also, as I mentioned when Eric was speaking, that we are going to have the grand opening over at the Nyland Acres Annex this Saturday from 11 to 2. And if you want to stop by for a hamburger, hot dog, we're going to be there. Yes, veggie burgers too. And also, as Chair Bennett mentioned, I also want to thank Bert Perello for doing an excellent job for Oxnard as the INCF chairperson for our city. Whether we like what he says or not, he's there giving us that information, and it's important that we get that input. And thank you, Bert, for doing that. Thank you.
Supervisor Wong.
Yes, good morning. And Mr. Chair, I have some lengthy comments, but you can certainly go on later in the archive and fast forward, so your time will be just a jab. Okay, first I'll start out with a list to adjourn in memory of a Camarillo resident. We lost 2 United States Navy veterans, one from Camarillo and one from Santa Paula, from the 3rd District, and both will certainly be respected for their contribution to their country and missed by their families. Also for Jeannie Lee Babcock, who performed many local nursing homes, giving of her time, volunteering her time, spreading joy everywhere in Camarillo, and known and loved by many. Shirley Jean Blackburn, Camarillo, awarded a Paul Harris Fellow by her Camarillo Rotarians and recognized twice as a classified employee of the year at Adolfo Camarillo High School. So I submit that list to adjourn in memory. And as Supervisor Park spoke to the state and priorities and the state looking at programs that impact us at the local level and have such a human face on them, one of the issues I think we have with the state is a lack of trust and a lack of confidence, and I think it was demonstrated in a recent article that said that the California Assembly expunged votes on the oil drilling bill. So it's not a part of the public record. And in essence, they took votes and then they decided to not make them part of the public record. And we should all be outraged as residents, as voters. The thing that government and the public looks for is transparency and is trust. And I just think it's appalling, and I would call on everyone, and writing letters to the editor are fine, but contact your local delegation, your state assembly folks, and demand they tell you how they voted. It's just appalling that they could take that action.
Sorry to interrupt you, but is this the same legislature that has the Brown Act that requires us to?
Yeah, that makes us, requires us to do that. And as you said this morning, having our good folks in here talking to the board, that we are within arm's reach of people. So it requires us, and I think it's part of a basic value and tenet of government is to be transparent and to build trust. So it's unfortunate they don't have the same practice at the state. I'd like to report that I will be going with our Harbor Director, Lynn Krieger, and our CEO, Ms. Robinson, to a workshop that's been set up by the by CSAC through the California Coastal Counties Caucus. This caucus was formed, sanctioned by CSAC last year. All of the coastal counties have had challenges with the Coastal Commission, but the basic tenet of those challenges is the fact that we have local coastal plans that are in many cases decades old and outdated. So we've asked to have a workshop with the Coastal Commission representatives. It won't be the entire commission. They have assigned a delegation of the commission along with a facilitator to hold a 4-hour workshop tomorrow morning to start the conversation with the coastal counties on what can we do to move our local coastal plans ahead with some assurance that there are some basic principles and guidelines and a direction from the Coastal Commission that they want to see in the local coastal plans. Of course, it will be a challenge for us to identify funding to do that, but we need to work with the Coastal Commission to make sure that once we start that path, we've got some assurances of what the rules are. And I look forward to the workshop. It's the first time this has been done. I think I am hopeful it will be valuable for all of us, for the commissioners and for the coastal counties. So I am one of the delegates from CSAC to participate in this Coastal Counties Caucus. So I will be headed up to do that. And now I have fun things to announce to the board. Our airport director is here and will be on hiatus here for a couple of weeks. And on August 22nd and 23rd, Camarillo Airport 29th Annual Wings Over Camarillo Air Event takes place. And it's put on by the Camarillo Experimental Aircraft Association. And it is on Saturday and Sunday, the 22nd and 23rd at our own Camarillo Airport. It's always a wonderful family event, well attended. 29 years they've been doing this. It gets better every year. They have wonderful airplanes flying and experimental and doing all kinds of really cool things in the air, and lots of on-the-ground displays of aircraft and the 99s and the best breakfast you can get in the morning on a Saturday morning. So encourage you all to attend. And then I will provide to you brochures for the 11th Annual Beach Party in Port Hueneme, and it's been named after Tony Young. It is now called the Tony Young Hueneme Beach Festival. So if you also want to have a family event on August 22nd and 23rd, here's some information on that. I'll pass it down. And the last pitch I'll give you is also why we're dark. August 29th, the Camarillo Art and Jazz Festival takes place Evening Under the Stars concert. People Bryson is the headliner. Jesse J does sax and vocals. I have tickets if anyone would like them. And it's a wonderful event. All day arts and jazz, and it benefits kids for arts in our community. And that wraps it up. Thank you very much.
Boy. Well, that flourish of a finish. You have a career at the Visitors and Convention Bureau whenever you finish here. That's right. Thank you very much for those comments. I am very sorry to kick off my comments with a real sad announcement. Paul Dursey, our Chief Financial Officer, lost his brother. Lifetime resident of Ventura, attended St. Bonaventure High School and Santa Clara University. Sudden, unexpected, and a young man cut down. And so I know on behalf of the board, I certainly expressed to Paul that our prayers will certainly be with him and his family this week. Also like to ask the board to adjourn in memory of the other people on this list, and hope Paul as well. The second thing I would like to do is, I know we have, well, I think they've already stepped out here, those folks that were talking about that Rondo. Okay, I'll hold my comments. The third thing is I wanted to point out we had made some special efforts here to make sure that the Senior Ombudsman program continued to be funded, and we basically said, you know, if the state doesn't do it, we're going to find a way to do it. I just wanted to announce to everybody, now that the budget has settled down, that they did in fact get some designated funding in the state budget. They should be now set. Some of the fines that are collected against those facilities are being dedicated to the Senior Ombudsman program, and I think it's a very appropriate hook. 1.6 million appropriated from the Facility Citation Penalties account to the California Department of Aging for use with the local ombudsman program. I'm sure that next year we'll have to pay attention and make sure that it doesn't get cut again, but we're certainly hopeful that that won't be the case. So the governor did sign that on August 6th. The other two comments I'd like to make are, one, I believe I need to announce I'll be out of the country August 27th to September 13th. So I wanted to make sure that I got that said, and I'll certainly be communicating with the CEO about all of that. And then finally, Mr. Dursey lost his brother. Supervisor Zaragoza's sister is gravely ill in the hospital, and we will be dark. So just want you to know the prayers of the board and the county family are certainly with you as you go through.
Thank you.
As you go through this tough time with your sister there in the hospital. And with that, we're done with our board comments. We've handled the consent calendar. We have a few minutes before our 9:45, so my goal is to try to get through the regular agenda, partially because we're in a hurry, but I'm going to hold the fire district because that's the longest presentation until after I get through the other regular agenda items. So if you will, as you know where you are on the agenda, if you'll start moving up to the front here, we have our first item, and that's the Department of Airports, delegating to award a contract to Oxnard Airport. Good morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, supervisors, Madam CEO, Kathy Long. Thank you for the plug on the air show, and I'm also very sorry to hear about Paul Dursey's brother. That's terrible news. This project is a project to reconstruct a major portion of the Oxnard ramp and also remove or remediate some leaking underground fuel tank issues dating back to the mid-90s. And we had a delay in our bid opening process, and so to move forward to get a letter to you so we can meet our deadline to accept the grant with the FAA, we did a not to exceed letter, and I'm here today to report that we did award, or we're looking to award, a contract to Nye & Nelson, who is the lowest responsible bidder. It was about 1.5% below engineers' estimates, and the contract amount is in the amount of $2.9,021,416. And that's it. Just want to make you aware we had a delay in the process, and I'm sorry for the extra work there.
Certainly happy to see it came in below the engineer's estimate, and we're ready. We've got a motion by Supervisor Long and a second by Supervisor Parks. We're ready to vote. Good work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Todd. All right, item 39, we're going to hold, 38, we're going to hold the fire district presentation. We're going to go to item 39, and that's Healthcare Agency Ratification Approval Authorization of Healthcare Agency Purchase Orders. Good morning, Paul.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board, Ms. Robinson. This is a request for your board to approve and ratify a number of agency purchase order contracts that exceed $100,000. The recommendations will close out the prior year and establish the encumbrance levels for the current year.
Great. We have a motion. All right. Been moved and seconded. We're ready to vote. Thank you, Paul. Enjoy the break. Item 40 is Auditor Controller's annual audit. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Bennett, members of the board, Ms. Robinson. My name is Barbara Beatty. I'm Deputy Director, Auditor Controller for the Internal Audit Division. And before you today is the Auditor Controller's annual audit plan for fiscal year 2009-2010. The audit plan is required by auditing standards, and in the past we coordinated the audit plan directly with the County Executive Office. But recent changes to the auditing standards require that we now bring the plan before your board for approval. The current year audit plan includes 9,000 anticipated audit hours. These hours are planned to complete the audits carried over from the prior fiscal year, accomplish current year audit mandates and monitoring responsibilities, and perform duties related to the single audit, the control self-assessment program, and the employee fraud hotline. And I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
I have a couple. Supervisor Foy does too. Go ahead, Supervisor Foy.
Understanding, you just said something that you're required to bring this to us for approval?
Correct.
But as you're independent, then why would we approve something that's independent? So I'm trying to understand that.
Yeah, we're trying to address the spirit and intent of the standards, and ultimately it's so that your board can evaluate whether our plan meets the organizational goals for the county.
But is that an approval of ours, or is that more of just you've looked at it, we've questioned it? Because I'm trying to figure how do you lose your independence if we approve something like this?
Do we? I don't believe we necessarily lose our independence. Ultimately, what we're looking at is if there's any type of significant changes to the audit plan, we'll be coming back to your board for that. And it's really, it's a matter of information to your board.
That's what I thought. It was more information, and we just say, okay, we've seen it, received it, versus approved it. I'm just wondering because of the word approved. That's all I'm asking.
And I do understand that we haven't necessarily had this reviewed by county council. Really what we're trying to do at this point is address the spirit and intent. Like I said, we're going through a peer review right now, and these are some comments that we're anticipating coming from the external auditors in terms of addressing the spirit and intent of the standards.
Okay.
Do we have the right to change it?
Does the board have the right
Yeah.
to change it? The board has the right to provide us with your comments. In conjunction with the auditor controller, will evaluate as to whether those comments.
I guess that's where I'm just trying to I'm trying to deal with this question. I realize you guys are trying to deal with it too. You got a new mandate, and it's yours. We can't sit there and say no, don't do this, do that. Is that how you understand it, Christine?
That's how I understand it. However, it is your right to publicly tell me if there's something that needs my attention
Sure.
that is not included in the plan.
So we have the right to comment on
Absolutely.
it, but not the right to actually order a change in it or anything like that. So I wonder, that feels like a receive and file, in other words, we receive it, give you comments, etc. County Council, does receive and file work better, or is it unfair to ask you?
Well, I didn't look at the statute. As was indicated, it wasn't really reviewed with my office, and so I can't answer that question without looking at the statute.
It's receive and file. Have you considered receive and file instead of approve? I'm asking the auditor's office.
We have, the standards specifically say approve, and so
It
that's
does,
why
huh?
we were trying to
All right.
honor
The
that.
standards are not necessarily written to meet every local municipality or
Sure.
county or state elected county auditors. there are many city auditors that are appointed, and they have to follow the same standards. So they're not always keeping in mind that some of us are elected and independent in that manner.
Right. Yeah, I mean,
So we walk kind of a fine line there.
yeah, it is a fine line. I mean, because now I sit there and go, well, you know, do I approve of all of the hours allocations? You know, I mean, it just there's.
If we could do the receive and file, because I'd rather have us, you be independent. You said, because you're gracious, I'm going to tell you what I'd like to look at and what I think is important. If you want to make comments, I think it'd be, but I haven't spent the time to go through and say, we have all these hours of work and we're approving that. And I just think you lose your independence if we approve it. But
Based on this discussion, I have no problem meeting the intent of the standard with a receive and file action by your board.
Great.
Barbara is more closer to the actual standard requirements.
Supervisor Zaragoza?
Barbara, so we're approving the auditor's report, is that what it is? The auditor's.
The audit plan.
The audit plan.
The audit, excuse me, report.
Right.
That's what we're approving.
Right.
And so, and then that's by law.
And what we can do is,
What is the standard, the audit and standards, is that what it is?
Okay. I think Supervisor Foy, you want to try your hand at a motion?
Yeah, if we could make a motion to receive and file, would you be comfortable with that?
Yes, I would.
Okay.
All right. I'll second it.
Oh, my God.
Call 911. 911. Somebody got a phone?
Okay, you guys, you sheriff guys. Oh, my gosh, you must have some stress going on there.
We're going to come back to our agenda, and Roberta, I don't know where we were. Did we actually get the vote?
But we had a motion, I think.
We had the motion. It's been seconded.
I have a comment to the motion.
Okay.
That is, from what I understood of the testimony, that they are required to have this approved. So
Hey,
my
good
thought,
luck, okay?
Take care.
Right.
Thank you,
my
Barbara.
thought is
Thank you,
to,
Barbara.
if we can hold off and have it reviewed, whether if this is required, an approval is required, as testimony indicated, we should revisit this. So if there isn't a time crunch, if we can just hold this off, do you know what kind of time frame we're looking at?
I'm not aware of any time pressure, but we are having a peer review take place currently, and it's supposed to be concluded by the end of the month. So we were hoping to get this in front of the board before then.
Okay, well,
What was your reason for wanting to?
I heard her indicate that it is required that it be approved. And I understand
The
that
standards read approval, and that the standards does not indicate the difference between elected and appointed auditors. If you approve a receive and file, I believe that sufficiently meets the standards.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, we have a motion and a second, and I believe we're ready to vote. Thank you, Roberta. That motion passes. We are at item 41, and that is salary resolution. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Bennett, members of the board, Ms. Robinson. Kelly Shirk, CEO, Human Resources Division. You have several, in the board letter before you today, you have several recommendations regarding classifications. We're establishing 3 new classifications for general services agencies. They were formerly titled telecommunications network specialists. We're reworking their classification at the same salary range. There's no increase in salaries to reflect what the work they're currently doing with GSA. So the salary mimics what they're currently being paid, and they will be reclassification in name only, no salary changes. The second recommendation regards deletion of classifications that are no longer utilized by the department, or by the county, excuse me. And recommendation number C is to amend the salary ranges of the Chief Financial Officer and Chief Hospital Operations Billing. The original bottom steps of the range were approved at too high of a range, so you'll notice that we've decreased the entry level of the classification salaries. And the final one is to reclassify, or to reset the salary range lower for the manager, sheriff's personnel services, as the duties have changed due to their reorganization that your board approved previously. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Do we have any questions? Supervisor Foy.
In your second and third recommendations, C and D here, it's great you have from and to, and it's really good. It'd be nice if some of these other ones were changing. It would be great to be able to see what you did.
Okay.
But this is good. So I like the idea also you're trying to be more opportunity to bring that range down so you can get some people in if opportunities. Thanks.
Moved and seconded. We're ready to vote. All righty. And I know we're coming up on 9:45, and I'm going to continue to push through here. I did fail to say something that I want to get said now. Item 43, I'm going to hold that one also. I believe we have some people that wanted to come and speak on that, and they were trying to guess when it would be, and I guessed that it would be after our time certain. So I'll hold that one and see if we can do that. But that motion passes.
Thank you.
All right. 5-0, and what's that? And a lot of fire people waiting. Yeah, I mean, we won't. We have our 9:45. We'll do that, and we'll get right back at it here. Item 42.
Chair Bennett, members of the board.
Welcome back.
Thank you very much. Good to be back. Agenda item 42 requests your board review and approve 4 responses to grand jury reports that were published in May and June of this year. Specifically, the reports for you to approve here today are the detention facility report, conditions and management, Ventura County pensions, the mentally ill housed in Ventura County jails, and the land use permitting Get to Excellence plan. As noted within the board letter, a fifth report response required of your board will be brought back in September, and that's on restaurant cleanliness. Also in September, we'll bring back a presentation. The clerk recorder will be bringing back a presentation on the county elections process, and that'll wrap up the grand jury responses required this year. For reference purposes, in the packet for today's agenda item, you have responses from all the agencies in the department that were requested to respond to these 4 reports. Your board's response, if required, is included as the first response in that. Please view these responses that we drafted for your board, and they were drafted by CEO staff with the input of agencies and departments as drafts. We'll take any direction from your board here today to finalize these before submitting them to the presiding judge. And with that, members of my the CEO staff as well as agencies and departments that prepared responses are here to answer any questions your board may have.
In the recommendation in the pension issue that was done on R1, R-01, it says do not concur. I have a problem with what we wrote here, so I don't know if, what comments do you want on this, if anything? Do you want something to come back to later to you?
You can present those now for the board to consider. I believe that's appropriate, and if you all agree to specific changes you want to make, we can take those now. I will say that response was put together based on the strong track record your board has and the cost associated with an independent consultant. Your board is involved in detailed discussions, labor negotiations on this very point. You have a strong track record of history in here, so it was really pointed toward the independent consultant aspect of that report and the cost associated with it, the need for an independent consultant.
Right, and I agree with that. I don't think we need to spend extra money on an independent consultant. I was just more of it where we go through here and saying that it talks about it may not be relevant to talk about making a different benefit plan for new employees and that kind of part. And we say that we've been pretty good and it may make us uncompetitive, and I'm not sure that's going to be true. I think things are changing throughout the state, and we should look at the possibility of a different tier plans for new hires and things like that. So that's what I see. We're saying we're not concurring with that, and I'm thinking that's happening throughout the state, and we should be looking at that too. But I agree with you. I don't think we need to spend money on independent. I think we can do that in-house ourselves. Those are my comments.
I'm gonna try to capture it this way. I appreciate what you're saying. I mean, I think each one of us look at this and we go, well, this is not exactly how we would say it. How I would say it. So a few things. One, make the request that I hope we can get these a little bit earlier so we have a little bit more time with them. Particularly when there's a lot of policy implications in them. And at the same time, I recognize somebody's got to craft something that is a response that reflects the will of the Board of the Supervisors, which is can almost be impossible to craft it where all 5 of us like every word of it. But it's got to be something that the majority, generally supports. So I would think that we want to try to make sure our responses, as much as possible, don't imply any new policy. And in other words, the responses should be affirmations of policies we've already adopted or factual information about things for us to consider. So in my mind, I was starting to go through and figure out how to parse these words and stuff. I think I'd rather say these generally are the responses that I think are reflective of the majority of the Board of Supervisors. But in the areas where they are, these are not responses that are establishing policy for future action of the Board of Supervisors. We haven't even vetted some of these issues, so it would be inappropriate for us to imply this is going to be the policy of the Board of Supervisors going forward. It is a response. I think that's probably the best thing for us to do is to just say I'm willing to approve these responses with the caveat that somebody should not interpret it as therefore the board has also taken a policy position on some of the policy implications in here. And in the future, if we'll try to craft these so that we try to be sensitive where it is an implication of a new policy. Some things we haven't had any conversations with at all. So
I was just going to say, if that's the direction, what we'll do is reflect that in the transmittal to the grand jury.
Great.
Response,
okay, good. Does that work for everybody? All right, great. Thank you. So with that, we're ready for a motion for
I
the
have
grant.
a couple comments
Oh,
too, if I might.
Supervisor Parks.
Both on this particular topic, that I think our board is open to continuing to look at what we can do to reduce retirement costs, and including looking at new employees. But I also wanted to comment on the mentally ill comments that we are submitting. There's an emphasis that we aren't prepared to work in reducing the number of mentally ill that are in our jails because of the difficulty in finding alternative housing. And I think that presently the Behavioral Health Department is looking at measures to provide some alternative housing that would, I think, accommodate some of the folks that are in our prisons. So I don't know if we can adjust this a little bit to indicate that it is a step that we are moving on, and we hope to do more in the future.
Sure.
Instead of just saying that it's beyond our costs and we're not doing it, I think we are doing something towards that.
It's a good point. There is reference to that in behavioral health response to 40 to 60 additional beds, and we can bring that forward into that response if that's
I would appreciate that.
Any supervisors have any objections with that? Okay, Supervisor Saragosa.
Just real quickly on the pension end of it, I just want to share that the pension concerns are not unique to Ventura County, but throughout the state. So I think that it's appropriate that we continue to look at it and adjust it and work with it accordingly. But it's not unique to Ventura County, so I just wanted to share that too.
Yeah, go ahead, Supervisor Long.
Comment too on that piece of the report on mentally ill. I appreciate all the agencies who've weighed in on this, and they all expressed that concerns, and yes, we should always be looking and working towards alternatives, and to support at the front end, obviously, to those mentally ill. And I didn't get a chance to call Melanie to ask her the question on the Mental Health Services Act. One, I think a mental health court would be an excellent addition. Obviously, times are tough right now, and we're closing the courts one day a month. But I would hope that, and I expect that the mental health courts have this discussion, that there should be a long-term goal to look at how we might put together a mental health court that could really assist this population. And I don't know if Mental Health Services Act dollars could be used for any of that. Just something we can talk offline, Melanie.
And instead of offline, Melanie could come up and give us some comments on that, because it is a discussion that we have been having on the Mental Health Board.
Okay.
She did provide our office with a pretty comprehensive write-up this morning on that topic, but I'm sure she can summarize it.
Hi. Good morning, members of the board. Melanie Roy from the Behavioral Health Department.
Good morning, Melanie.
Hi. We've had a lot of discussions, both within the department and certainly with our stakeholders, and it's been a topic of discussion at the Mental Health Board ongoing, the idea of providing support and assuring that people with mental illness don't end up incarcerated, especially due to their mental illness. So it's been a very well talked about, well vetted concern. In terms of the Mental Health Services Act funding, what we are doing, I think, that is going to support persons with mental illness and hopefully help them avoid contacts with the law are a lot of the intensive services that we're putting in place, our intensive community-based programs. We certainly have also funded, and we're looking for a location for our crisis residential. And I think if we provide really intensive and appropriate levels of care for people with mental illness, we're certainly going to be preventing those individuals from decompensating and having issues and troubles in the community and interactions with law enforcement. We have a very arduous stakeholder process, as you know, associated with MHSA. And I think, certainly in the future, as we go forward, our funding right now for 910 is fully committed with the budget deficits we've experienced in realignment. And all of our other funding sources, frankly, we've had to utilize MHSA funding to support core services in transforming our system. One of the things we're doing, I think, that is going to be of significant benefit is we're instituting recovery tracks on the adult
mental health services side of our programs. And I think this is going to be, for the first time in a number of years, we're going to be providing very intensive, focused treatment for adults with serious mental illness, as opposed to just case management. We're going to be we have an IDDT track, the Integrated Dual Diagnosis Treatment track, which has been incredibly successful. We're starting a schizophrenia track. We've already got about 1,500 people identified for that, and a serious mood disorders track. So I think what we're doing with Mental Health Services Act funding currently is shoring up our core services and trying to provide essential core treatment for the seriously mentally ill. As we go forward, funding changes. Hopefully the economy is going to pick up and our MHSA allocation will increase. And certainly I think it's a top priority to have a mental health court.
And I just say, for a judge to have an ability not to put someone in jail because there are other residential treatment, crisis residential, that there's something out there, that's really important too. So it's good to see that we're moving towards that.
Welcome.
Just as we get ready to pull this to a close, I know the CEO wants to make some comments. I do want to emphasize, as we're talking about our grand jury report and the pension, that this county was probably the state leader, one of the very few that early, back in 2003, began the movement to say no, 3 at 50, the generous benefits, retirement benefits that were going out there were not appropriate. And so I see in the grand jury report some comparisons to what Orange County is doing, et cetera. Orange County is locking in benefits higher than where we are at this point in time. So some of the things that they're doing. So we have, I think, demonstrated leadership on that, and I'm sure that we will continue to do that. So the taxpayers of Ventura County are in far better shape than almost any place else if you compare their systems and their POBs that are out there, et cetera. We have challenges, but nowhere near the challenges that other counties do. Ms. Robinson?
Actually, that was the point I wanted to make. There's not a comparisons of apples to apples here. What has happened is that our county has been extremely responsible, fiscally responsible, relative to retirement benefits. The counties that are identified are counties that not only gave 3% at 50, but also gave additional retirement benefits to their general population employees. We have been somewhat of a leader in this area of alternatives. We have a Tier 2 retirement benefit level that is at a level that is, in terms of fiscally responsible, at a better level than what Orange County is looking at going to, as you identified. So I think while everybody's having retirement issues up and down the state, and it's related to the fact that there's a loss in the earnings of basically the system. Everybody has lost earnings in the system. But many, many counties have that exacerbated by the fact that they gave out additional benefits. We are dealing with the roiling in the economy versus the fact that we have given out benefits at a high level. So I think that it's just very important. It's very easy to get off on one track and get the focus very narrow. Why don't you do this or that? And the reality is this approach to retirement systems has been extraordinarily responsible, and we are looking at other alternatives even as we move forward. So I think it's just important to have that on the public record. Thank you.
All right, we're ready for a motion.
Move the recommended actions.
Been moved and seconded. We're ready to vote.
With the changes that we discussed.
With the changes for the mental health, right?
Yeah, and also with the idea this is not a policy, we're not doing anything, we're not agreeing.
And with the cover letter saying this is an established board policy.
Okay, good.
All right, and that passes. I'm going to ask supervisors, just for the benefit of our staff to be able to continue to move, would you look at the items 44, 45, 46? Are any of those that you want to have questions? If they're ones that we can just have people come up quickly, give their report, and we can send them back to work, we'll do that before we do our time certains. Anybody have any problems? If you want to discuss it, we'll just hold it till after the time certain. No problem doing that. All right, okay, item 44, all right, you're on. Approve the adjustment of the surcharge of the CME landfill.
Good morning, Chair Bennett, members of the board,
You
Ms.
want to-
Robinson. For the record, my name is Bruce Belusky. I'm with the Integrated Waste Management Division within the Water and Sanitation Department, and I will be very quick. The item now before you is the annual county surcharge fee adjustment at the Simi Valley landfill for calendar year 2010. This adjustment is permitted by a board-approved 2002 county agreement with Waste Management and is the sixth consecutive year this item has come before the board for consideration. The fee increase of 12 cents per ton, or 1/4%, will raise waste collection rates for county unincorporated residents an average of 2 to 3 cents per month.
That was quick enough. Thank you very much. Do we have a motion? Moved and seconded. We're ready to vote. That motion passes. We're at item 45, Public Guardian. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Bennett, members of the board, Ms. Robinson, Keith Felligar, Public Works Real Estate Services. This is a lease, 5-year lease agreement for the Public Guardian, Public Administrator, and Adult Protective Services. The lease rate is $1.70 a square foot with 4 months free rent, brings our effective rate down to $1.59 a square foot for the term of the agreement.
Very good prices for us. Nice job negotiating that. Thank you.
I've heard that message before.
Yeah, all right. All right. Thank you very much. And that motion is in the midst of passing, and it passes. Item 46. This is the Piru Redevelopment Agency.
Piru, yes, sir. Good morning, Chair Bennett, Supervisors, Ms. Robinson. For the record, my name is Jeff Berg with the County CEO's Office. The item before you today is the adoption of the fiscal year 9-10 budget for the County of Ventura Redevelopment Agency, Piru. It's pretty straightforward. There's a listing of projects that were completed in 08-09, a listing of projects that are identified for completion in 9-10. There are 2 things I'd like to call out in this budget, very quickly, one of them being the completion of the Piru Skate Park is included in this budget of $509,000, and also included in this budget is the state's transfer, the fiscal year 9-10 state budget transfer of tax increment from the RDA to K-12 schools. It's about $211,000 for the RDA. It's about 1/3 of the tax increment that the RDA will be receiving. We were able to use contingency funds within the RDA as well as modify some of the programming. We have a balanced budget.
Thank you, Supervisor Long.
Yes, I certainly support the action, but I want to just make a note, comment on the record that this is obviously the whole taking of the redevelopment funds is still being challenged in the state budget and challenged at the state level by the RDAs. I would hope that at some point there'd be some common sense applied to RDAs like this that are so small. When you look at really what we're talking about here in this community, that they should be exempt from any shifting of any revenue. $211,000 to this community is a whole lot of money. Just a comment.
All right. Actually, that was the question that I had, and I talked with our CEO about it. But the amount of money that we anticipate the state not reimbursing as they were to, it's just a few $1,000s. Is that correct? It's like $4,000. Do you know how much we can anticipate that we will not, that the state is going to grab from our redevelopment agency?
That's the $211,000, 1/3 of our tax increment. That is the amount that has been identified. Yes.
Do you want? All right, great. We're ready for a motion. All right, go ahead.
I put a motion on the floor. I just, we'll continue to track this and see what happens with the challenges to it. I would look to, perhaps a future platform issue that would ask that this not take place.
Great. Thank you very much. It's been moved and seconded. We're ready to vote on that. It's good that something good's getting done out there with that. And then we have one Sheriff's Department item, and that'll be the last item we'll do before the 9:45, and that's the authorization for the board to sign the cooperative agreement with the U.S. Forest Service. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Bennett. Good morning, Board. Ms. Robinson. My name's Derek West. I'm a captain with the Sheriff's Department. I oversee our narcotics unit. Before you is a board letter that has to do with the authorization to accept U.S. Forest Service funds that will assist us with the investigation of drug trafficking organizations that are involved in the illegal cultivation of marijuana on our National Forest Service lands. To date, our unit has partnered with the Forest Service, and we've cut over 50,000 plants. I might point out that last year we had a total of around 60,000, so we anticipate a lot more this year. We've also seized about 405 pounds of processed marijuana. We've made 15 arrests, and we've served a couple of search warrants behind those arrests. Our intent with this funds are to offset our overtime expenses that for our very time-intensive investigations and operations.
Great.
I'll be happy to answer any
Thank you very
questions.
much. We've got a motion and a second. We're ready to vote. Keep up your good work. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. We're at 9:45, time certain, our first time certain item here. That's item 25. I appreciate Sheriff Brooks being here, and ask Sheriff Brooks if you'd come down with whoever else you think is appropriate in terms of National Preparedness Month. Have the pleasure of presenting this resolution to the sheriff, and I know a number of other people are with him. Rather than go into everything that's in the resolution, I think I'd just like to make this comment, and that is, if I had to pick a county to live in during disasters, I think I'd pick Ventura County. We are both very good at it, and unfortunately that's because of a fair amount of practice, that is out there. But the amount of coordination and cooperation that is out there is remarkable, and it comes from the leaders have said, let's make it work. And so the work between Sheriff Brooks and Chief Roper and people in public health, all those people coming together have really made this work very effectively. So Sheriff Brooks, I'll turn it over to you and come down with the resolution.
Well, thank you, and good morning, Chairman Bennett, members of the board, and Mrs. Robinson. As you're aware, September is National Preparedness Month, and it's a good reminder for all of us. History has taught us a couple of things. One is that government needs to anticipate, prepare, and be ready to respond to catastrophic events in order to be successful. And secondly, that government is never enough to deal with a catastrophic event. The citizens need to take personal responsibility, personal preparation, be ready to deal with the after effects and the time gap between the event and the time the government can step in and help them. So our staff has been working very diligently, aiming towards this month, and as in prior years, we're focusing on Ventura County employees to be our core base, people that we can reach out and touch pretty quickly, that are involved in their communities and can help them model the kind of activities that we're talking about. A couple of things to highlight. On September 2nd, Ventura County management employees will have an opportunity to hear a presentation on disaster preparedness at the monthly Brown Bag luncheon meeting. The County Work Life Connection newsletter will be featuring the activities of this month, and will also go out and remind Ventura County employees that they're part of the disaster service response. We rely on, in every major event, all of the county family coming together. They're very much an active participant in all of our efforts. And all county employees will be receiving a disaster preparedness brochure with their paychecks in September 10th. Reminders to get a kit, be ready for an emergency response, have the kind of things that they need in their home, in their car, to make a plan for them and their family, and in some cases their business, to be informed about local hazards and places to get information and communication and resources, and to be involved in preparing the community as a whole. On October 15th, millions of Californians will drop cover and hold on as part of the Great California Shakeout. In 2008, 5.5 million Californians participated in this event. This year is anticipated to be the largest event that's ever been held. Over 3 million participants have already registered, 28,000 Ventura County residents, and the numbers will continue to grow as the event gets closer. Supervisor Bennett and the Emergency Preparedness Council and our staff introduced this year's theme, which was preparing enough to help your neighbor. The bar has been raised beyond personal preparation and preparation for a family or business to equipping yourself so that you can not only deal with your personal needs, but equip yourself to be able to help out neighbors that aren't ready, because we know not everyone will respond to the call to prepare. And for those that have over-prepared, they can reach out to neighbors and friends and family members and assist them in a time of need. I want to thank your board for your ongoing support of the important work that's done by our unit and by the county family as a whole, and especially Supervisor Bennett for the leadership that he's provided to the Emergency Preparedness Council over the last year. Been a great year, restructuring as part of a strategic plan, bringing in many more stakeholders, creating committees, giving them an active role. That's been a great breakthrough. The last 2 years have been very, very exceptional. So I want to invite all county residents and county employees to participate in observing this month, reminding people of those things we can so easily forget when there hasn't been something recently. It's a good reminder to go back in your garage and your closet and check and make sure the water's good and the prescription medications are up to speed and you have enough food and all the other things that you need to be able to survive so the government can do what government is anticipated to do. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Mr. Chair. Well, Sheriff, I just want to share too that I also want to thank the cities that have the CERT program. The CERT program, the community and emergency response teams are extremely important to the whole preparedness program. So, and I know that the Sheriff Department is working with our cities on that too. So,
thank you. And the cities have really stepped up to play a very active role in the Emergency Preparedness Council, more so than they ever have in the past, and they've been enthusiastic participants.
Thank you for the good work.
Thank you.
All righty. This is our next resolution at 10 o'clock. Given the economic uncertainty that is out there in the world, I'm sure that people appreciate, those of us that do have a payroll, appreciate being on a payroll somewhere at this point in time. When you look at 500,000 people a month have been being knocked off of the employment rolls. So right now I'm pleased to spend a couple of moments proclaiming the first week in September, while we're dark, as National Payroll Week, and appreciate both Christine and Luis for your efforts and for you being here, and I'd like to turn it over to you to make a few comments about National Payroll Week.
Good morning, Chair Bennett, members of the board, and CEO Marty Robinson. For the record, my name is Louise Webster, and I'm the Chief Deputy Auditor Controller over the payroll functions. National Payroll Week is a week that's set aside to recognize payroll professionals across our entire nation. So I'm excited today to accept this honor, not only for the professional staff here at the County of Ventura, but for all professionals across Ventura County. We all strive to do the best job we can do in paying employees every time. Here at the County of Ventura, we work diligently to make the payroll system work as efficiently as possible and to be accessible to county employees and user-friendly. Currently, we are processing payroll for 8,600 county employees under 13 memorandums of agreements, setting up 50 different bargaining units. We have developed 370 earn codes in addition to just regular pay to pay these employees correctly, using 300 deduction codes, resulting in 9,600 W-2s for 2008. Behind the scenes, we work to distribute the various deductions from the check timely, including tax deductions, child support, union dues, various health plan deductions, retirement contributions, and various other deduction programs that have been approved by your board. We provide reporting to various county departments and functions. We reconcile all accounts to make sure that all amounts have been distributed properly. We're looking at future system enhancements constantly, and currently working with the CEO's office and ITS and developing a way to view the pay stub online rather than printing. And we start over every 2 weeks doing these functions. But I could not do this alone, and I would ask if, as I mention each group, if you're here to stand, I would like to especially thank the support staff at the Auditor Controller's Office, especially the managers, Susan Prats and Charlene Matney, the support staff at the various agencies and departments who coordinate hours worked and edit pay results. It's approximately 125 employees. The support staff at ITS to assist with the development of the system, who work tirelessly at keeping the database structure in balance. which is very important. We'd also like to thank our co-partners of the staff who support the HR and benefit functions. And that's it. Thank you very much. I appreciate the honor.
Thank you all for all your good work. Thank you.
Now we're to the public hearing regarding the adoption of schedule of fees to recover costs for the Trauma Center.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman Bennett, members of the board, Ms. Robinson. I'm Steve Carroll, the Emergency Medical Services Administrator. In front of you today is a request to adopt a schedule of fees to offset the costs associated with the request for proposal process for the Trauma Center, as well as trauma system oversight. In addition to that, we are requesting approval for 1.5 positions for one full-time trauma nurse coordinator, and one part-time administrative assistant to oversee the system once it is implemented. We're currently finalizing the development of the request for proposal process, and we expect it to be released in the next month or so, month and a half. And I'm available for any questions if you have.
Do we have any questions?
Yeah.
Supervisor Fire.
So this full-time person, what you're looking at is a person that oversees the trauma for wherever it's going to be in the county.
Correct.
It's separate than what's for our medical center.
Absolutely, right.
Okay.
We're required as the regulatory agency for the trauma system to ensure that the trauma system meets all of the standards and the regulations, and that would require a full-time person, actually 1.5 person, to provide that oversight.
Okay. And is this what most of the counties have, or is this, once this trauma system's in place in different hospitals, does this overhead piece grow? I mean, is there a lot of people in this department, or what?
I'm not aware of it growing. This is, I believe, kind of a standard that we have at least a trauma nurse coordinator and then administrative support to augment that system.
Thanks.
Move the recommended action.
Moved and seconded. We're ready to vote. You say we did? Oh, we had no public comments. Thank you. All right. And we're now on to item 20. That motion passes. We're on to item 28. Good morning, Mr. Dorsey. We appreciate you being here.
Thank you, board members. My plan this morning, if we can pull up our PowerPoint presentation, is to go briefly over the impacts of the state budget. A lot of this information your board has already seen. I'm going to go over it briefly. There's a healthcare agency and human services agency impacts also, and those specifics will be discussed a little bit in more detail by their corresponding directors. Prop 1A suspension your board is familiar with. Redevelopment agency shift. Our PIRU RDA, which is the only RDA we have, is about $211,000 that's being shifted out of that small RDA. So you see some of the larger RDAs throughout the county would have significant impacts. If it's $211,000, which is about a third of the annual increment, is what it ends up being, that will be shifted up to the state. And the Williamson Act funding, about $300,000 general fund, general purpose revenues will be reduced in the current fiscal year. Our plan overall is to come back in late September, early October with the actual budget adjustments board letter for your board to adopt, reducing appropriations, reducing the corresponding positions that we'll be discussing today. Area Agency on Aging, about $326,000 impact from the state. These are all, again, going back, these are state budget issues that will be impacting our local service delivery. Elimination of linkages case management program, about $201,000. and about 3 or 4 positions, and then some of the community-based programs that are being eliminated, we've listed there also. The healthcare agency, about $4.8 million total cuts. Some of that, actually the overall cuts are greater than that, but they think that they'll be able to offset some of those cuts with other corresponding revenues. For example, in the Healthy Families area, it's about a $4 million hit, but they think that they'll be able to pick up some of that with Medi-Cal offset, those types of things. So it won't be as significant, but still $2 million in that Healthy Families is significant. Public health, 28 positions we're looking at in public health department, from about almost $1.8 million in cuts. Drug Medi-Cal, about $260,000 out of $290,000 is actually contracted, and then the mental health, $785,000 of the AB 3632 program is deferred, and that's one of those SB 90 programs that the state is deferring, and we'll see that overall. I think a couple other areas that SB 90 programs are being deferred. Human Services Agency, again, Barry Zimmerman will be up here to make a more detailed presentation after Mike Powers makes his presentation on the healthcare agency. Children's Welfare Services, about 16 positions. IHSS, 3 to 5 positions. CalWorks, up to 50 positions. And Medi-Cal, about $2.4 million. Public Works, Roads Department, they escaped the major cuts, but they're still going to be deferring that revenue. So they will have to absorb some cash flow in that regard. About a half a year of each of those programs. $6 million deferral for a half a year, and then a $2.5 million deferral for another half a year. So we're talking about, again, being the state's bank, for about up to $8.5 million just in our Public Works Road Department. And that's beyond the $22 million that we have in the borrowing for the general fund under the Prop 1A suspension. Sheriff's Department, court furlough days. Everybody's aware that the court is furloughing 1 day a month. That's going to impact the Sheriff's Department. Not only they'll have people that have to, the court expects to renegotiate the sheriff's contract with them, and in the tune of one position, a number of courts that won't be staffed during that time period. So the sheriff needs to work that out. Whether or not there's some discussion, legal discussion, whether or not the courts can actually do that, but regardless, it is an issue for us in the Sheriff's Department, in the District Attorney's Department, and also in the Public Defender and Probation. So all those court furlough days are an impact through our public safety system. COPS funding, about $40,000. Clearly, the early release of state prisoners was discussed a little bit this morning, and that's going to be an issue for the sheriff. It's going to be an issue for the DA. It's going to be an issue for the Public Defender and Probation across the board. So those will all have impacts on our public safety system. The state deferral, SB 90 deferral under the district attorney of $600,000, a cut of the $110,000 violence against women's grant, I believe was mentioned this morning, and COPS funding of about $25,000. Probation, JJCPA reduced 50%, about $1 million, a little bit over $1,150,000. Prop 36 funding eliminated. We think about 11 positions and a little over $1 million, and the juvenile probation camps about $1 million hit. Fire Protection District is also getting hit for $1.4 million under the CAL FIRE contract reduction. Those are the overall budget impacts from the state. Okay, and like I said, some of the departments will be coming up in a little bit to discuss some of the details. The other issues we have involved, the Public Safety Agency's Prop 172 loss, funding loss. Last year was about a little over $12 million relative to the budget. So those dollars are down, and we don't expect those to come back significantly in the next year or so. So public safety departments are still working through that Prop 172 loss. The Sheriff's Department current year budget imbalance, as your board recalled, we set aside $5 million as part of our fund balance to kind of mitigate that shortfall, but we knew that's there. It's still there, and they're working to try to mitigate that shortfall. Federal AR COPS funding, that's the federal dollars. Locally, I think one of the board members mentioned this morning, we're a safe community, but we're not getting any COPS funding at all. So that's a significant issue for the sheriffs. We have our increase in retirement contributions coming up in the over the next 4 or 5 years, as was discussed a little bit this morning also. The state is still out of balance. Not only that, I don't know if your board members may have seen something coming from the Legislative Analyst's Office, just came in yesterday. State has over $230 billion of liabilities outstanding. And that's comprised of $35 billion of budget-related, kick the can down the road, budget-related liabilities, $69 billion in bonded indebtedness where they're actually building something. Those are infrastructure-related bonded indebtedness. And then estimated at $130 billion in retirement-related debt, including about $50 billion in OPEB, and then the remainder would be unfunded actuarial liability. So significant issues out there for the state. So if we're looking for the state to give us any relief, I don't think we should expect it. I think we can expect them to pay back the funds that they owe us ultimately, that they've promised to pay us, but as far as any other relief, I think it's limited from the state level. That's all I have as far as my presentation. I tried to get through it quickly. Leave you with some cheery notes there. But overall, we will be back in, like I said, in late September, early October with budget adjustments that will be necessary to implement the state budget impacts.
Thank you, Paul. And you said you had some other department members you wanted to have speak?
Yes, Mike Powers from the Healthcare Agency and Barry Zimmerman will give a brief detail of some of the impacts in their departments, since they are the major Health and Human Service area that are the major beneficiaries of the state's grandiose.
Thank you, and take that tongue out of your cheek. Good morning, Mike.
I wish the state would stop helping us so much. More good news. Well, good morning, Chair Bennett, board members, Mrs. Robinson. And just to follow on what Mr. Gersey said. Oh, okay, all right. Well,
there it is.
Just the gist of it. That's okay. The gist of it is we've already had $9 million in reductions to the agency, for the whole agency. And so what we're going to list right here is actually additional cuts that have not yet been budgeted.
On top of the 9.
Right. So this is just a quick summary. DCMC, the major impact is healthy families, and then you see the public health, behavioral health, and health plan cuts there. So one of the big programs,
of course. Mike.
I'm sorry.
Question, and maybe you're going to cover it. In the public health, what areas?
And that's what we're going to,
okay.
Yeah. So the big areas, especially near the end that were cut, were the AIDS program.
Oh, right there. Okay.
And you can see right there, drug assistance program, education and prevention, the case management program, which is incredibly valuable and important, and the early intervention program. So that's about 12 positions and almost 8 staff for that program. So a very big hit to that program. Even though it's about 30% of the whole AIDS program, you know, some of these, there's such small total dollars here that these cuts have a big, big impact on services. The Adolescent Family Life Program also taking a big, big cut, and this is unfortunate because, of course, this has been a very effective program at reducing the number of teen pregnancies. So that's going to take a major hit. There is still about $140,000 of federal match, so there's still going to be some of the program left, but as you can see, the bulk of the funding is going to be cut from that, as well as some maternal child health services. And you can see big impact on staffing, 15 positions and about 9 staff. Prop 99, that is primarily a pass-through program to fund uncompensated care to physicians and hospitals that they provide. And we'll lose 1 position from that program. And Healthy Families, now this is, of course, a big hit to our system and to the county, really, to private providers as well. So a 50% roughly reduction in the general fund contribution of about $194 million. But bear in mind, it's a 2-to-1 match. So the total cut to the program is closer to 600. And in Ventura County, there's about a little over 21,000 enrollees. So the potential impact here is about 13,600 children could lose coverage under the Healthy Families Program.
Michael, so what happens to those children when they need help? They come back to the system and right to.
Well, that's right. Hopefully they'll come back to our system and get covered under, it could be Medi-Cal, but it could be very high share of cost Medi-Cal, which could be very expensive, and then that doesn't encourage them to get the preventive care, and they could end up having higher, more expensive care, and the share of cost sometimes is up to $700-800 a month. So it's very expensive.
They're just passing the buck, you know.
Exactly, it's a cost shift to the county, absolutely.
Let me.
Yes, sir.
I want to clarify something I just learned the other day, which I hope I learned wrong, but I think and that was that if a family goes from the Healthy Families Program, they go onto a Medi-Cal share of cost, and they have a small bill that they need to have covered at the hospital for $75. When they go to the hospital for that $75 bill, they are going to have to put in their Medi-Cal share of costs, which is much more than $75. Is that correct? They're going to have to, that it won't just pay the $75.
No, they just have to pay the 75, and that goes towards their share of cost.
All right. Okay. Good. All right. That's. I'm glad to hear that. Somebody explained it to me wrong. It didn't make sense to me. Okay. Good.
The Ventura County Health Plan, of course, your health plan is actually a provider or an insurer for it offers the Healthy Families product, and has about 4,000 enrollees in it. And with this cut, we could lose about 1,500 plus children under that program, which hurts access, but also revenue to the healthcare plan. And then they're also eliminating funding for certified application assisters. So just to give you a sense of the financial impact on the system, BCMC, this is provider dollars. You know, the BCMC, the hospital and the clinics do provide care and get reimbursement for Healthy Families patients. There's a reduction there. The healthcare plan, that's the revenue to the plan. Public health, that's the funding for the application assisters. So there's a total of about $2 million reduction in revenue, which amounts to about 3 positions and 2 FTEs from the healthcare plan that would be reduced. That does not include additional costs to VCMC, the hospital and the clinic system, of now caring for many of these children who will be uninsured in effect.
So we're going to have to raise rates of the healthcare plan to make up for this revenue drop from Healthy Families, correct?
Well, I wouldn't say that yet because there's a certain amount of expense associated with that, those revenues as well. So those will also be reduced. But it's certainly not helping the ultimate rate, and it could lead to some increase. So what are the impacts? And we've touched on them a little bit. Mr. MIB, which is the entity at the state that actually administers the Healthy Families program, have already implemented a wait list as of July 17. They're talking about limiting benefits in terms of the scope of coverage. They've also talked about, in terms of implementing these reductions, possibly not renewing or putting people who are coming up for renewal on a wait list as well. They haven't started doing that, but that's what they're talking about doing in terms of implementing the reduction. We talked about the enrolling shifting to Medi-Cal with share of cost. We do want to encourage the children and their families to continue to get preventive care in our system. We have a very strong self-pay discount policy that's very user-friendly. We really encourage them to take advantage of that, to continue to go to their medical home and get care.
Mike,
yes, ma'am. Yes.
For those folks who we know they're going to be cut off of these services, are we giving them that information that we have this very good reduced program? So
absolutely, we will do that.
So I don't feel
very
just
definitely.
abandoned.
They're not abandoned. That's right. They just need to stay connected to our system. And we've talked about the increased demand on VCMC in terms of potentially, unfortunately, still could be the emergency rooms, our clinics, but also the private providers in the county could see those issues as well. I know there's efforts out there to get other funding to for backfill for these reductions. There's some thought that First 5 might, but there's no commitment there. I know there's other efforts to generate the dollars to maintain the program. So as that develops, I'll keep you posted. In the mental health area, big areas of reduction, which we had touched on before in our previous presentations. 10% cut to drug Medi-Cal, a Prop 36 reduction you see there. We're going to try to maintain some of those services through another program, through Appeal Code 1200 program, which allows the department to charge a fee to the clients, but also to get some state discretionary funding to try to maintain that level of service.
Supervisor Long.
Have we done the analysis on the initiative? Because the discussion up at CSAC has been that the state's walking away from this, but yet in the initiative there's language that may mandate that we still provide some services.
Well,
and I haven't seen anything as far as the legal counsel review, or it hasn't been completed yet. I think they're looking at it from the state level.
Absolutely, it certainly seems to be a mandate. I think that's the question always is what level. You know, they could provide a very minimal.
A mandate to who?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. I don't know if you've seen.
So we don't know yet.
No.
Okay.
We'll watch that too. And you heard about the deferral, of course, of the AB 3632 funding. In the managed care, as we thought there would be, there was a pretty significant cut of $786,000. Our plan, the Behavioral Health Department's plan, is to try to maintain that level of service through transformed care under Mental Health Services Act funding on the community-based ACT team program. So in summary, as we started out, there was the $9 million that we already had in terms of reductions to our budget. Then there's the additional reductions that we just went over, and there's the totals that you see there. So about 14.8 total.
You're getting pretty good at cutting budgets, aren't you?
Yeah, right. Better than I'd like to.
These are just such big cuts, you know, it's kind of hard to get our arms around just getting it all at once like that. And it's going to be devastating to people in terms of how sick they're going to get, but also in terms of the spread of disease too. So one of the things that wasn't really looked at much, the drug Medi-Cal cut, that is an ability to get prescription medications at a lower cost, is that right?
Well, the drug Medi-Cal actually helps fund services for drug and alcohol addicted
Oh, is that what
clients.
that is?
Yes.
Okay.
But we still do have a very strong patient assistance, basically a free drug program at the healthcare agency and all the departments. We have people, that's all they do is sign people up for free drug, and we get over $4 million a year in that too.
Anybody else? Supervisor Zaragoza.
As I mentioned this morning too, we met with the Consul de Mexico.
Right.
The window of health.
Yes.
Is that going to help us in this whole process? Is that just a small fraction of it, of the program that we're putting together with them?
Yes, thank you, Supervisor. I think that will help, actually, because it's going to help direct people to where they need to go to get care. It's going to answer their questions. Now that I've lost healthy families, where can I go? What should I do? So it'll be a great resource to give them the information about our clinics, the self-pay discount policy, the other clinics in the community like Clinicus and so forth. So it will help, yes.
And again, I want to thank you for being there this last week, too.
Thank you for your support.
Anything else? All right, we have our Human Service Agency. Barry, he's got the good news. I'm sure. He did bring us some very good work on that lease this morning.
Public Works did a great job there, so I appreciate that for us. I left my copies, so we'll get you copies of the presentation, so you'll have those.
The dog ate it.
There. But let me go over just
Your
a
backup
highlight.
staff helping you there.
So just to highlight what we know so far from the state, and some of this is still in development stages at the state as they work through some of the details associated with our budget. And so these are the best figures we have at this time. Given that Mr. Dursey pointed out the state's still at an imbalance, we do anticipate that there may be further program adjustments in our area to understand and to implement in a future date upcoming. But as a summary right now, as indicated, we have 4 major areas that are being impacted by the state budget. One in Children's Services, the Public Authority, which provides the providers to IHSS recipients, CalWORKS program, and the Medi-Cal program. And I'll briefly go over what those impacts are and what they mean to us here. In Children's Services, it nets out to be about $2.1 million administrative cut, which equates to equivalent about 16 CPS social workers is what that would equate to. Obviously, we're at right now at a high work level associated with CPS services. We're over the recommended ratio of caseload as well as response per worker at this time. Not significantly over, but over enough that reduction in these staff would compromise those services even at a greater rate. Just as an example, we roughly respond or receive about 1,300 to 1,400 child abuse and neglect hotline phone calls a month is what it works out. About 400 to 500 of those are actually investigated. And so that's a significant workload associated just with the emergency response activity that comes in. And so a loss of workers would be significant in our capacity to fulfill that. What that does is basically, priority-wise, we will be shifting staff from other areas into meet immediate needs if those are lost. However, we are exploring alternatives right now using other methods to mitigate the loss of staff immediately. So through, like, for example, wraparound reinvestment funds and so forth, and looking at using that as a financing tool to sustain the workforce now and work on a longer-term strategy to step down through next year to the lower base level that the state is funding us at that rate. In addition, the state also cut provider rates for foster family agencies as well as group homes, 10% cut. Already those entities were suffering from lack of growth associated with the cost of assisting foster children, so they're already compromised as far as the expenditures and what they're receiving in reimbursement. This will only further compromise that. It's about 120 out of our 800 foster youth would be impacted that are right now being serviced through FFAs and group homes. This does, as we did a little while ago, came back with a contract and working with our shelter with Casa Pacifica. This will have a direct impact associated with the services being provided over there as far as financial needs and resources.
I just have to stop you at this one and say the measure of a civilization is how well it takes care of the people that are most dependent on it. And a 3-year-old foster kid is completely dependent upon the state. And for us to say that now that kid, shouldn't eat as much, shouldn't have as much in the way of clothing, etc., is a huge comment on this state and our civilization and our willingness to do this. I mean, people can argue about efficiency in government and all of that other stuff, but these cuts got so bad that it came and touched that 3-year-old kid. And this is not a proud moment for us as a civilization here in California, as a society, to say that's the statement that we're going to send out to completely defenseless kids. So I'm sorry to interrupt you with that, but that's a straight up cut to those kids.
Yeah, the 10% is a direct cut to the services to those children there, definitely. So overall, that is a summary of children's. We think we can mitigate some of that impact, but as we work through this step down, but over time, even with the ability to mitigate that, we will be losing the service capacity of those FTEs over time. And so that is the impact of the state budget as it currently is constituted. Shifting to the IHSS and public authority programs at this point in time, right now our IHSS program in itself administratively was not impacted. However, the program and changes to the program were significantly changed. They restructured the program of who can be eligible for what services and what thresholds an individual would be eligible in order to receive in-home supportive services. And so, as not to make it too complicated, there's a functional index score on the aptitude of an individual and their living condition, whether they can sustain themselves or not, and there's scores associated with individual services. They've adjusted all that to limit the ability to limit the population who would be eligible for in-home supportive services. What that means to us is about 450 cases would be eliminated completely and not eligible for services any longer. And so that would mean that an individual below a functional index of 2 would not be eligible for services. And that's about out of 3,700 cases would be impacted. What that is a profile, and I'll give you a profile of that. Of the 450 cases, the average individual receiving services in that threshold is about 68 years of age, and they would lose, the majority of them would lose supportive services as in errands, cleaning, and the most important is probably meal preparation and medication maintenance. And so those are the two key areas that will be lost in that. Due to the other changes, we'll lose about an additional $400,000 worth of service hours will also be reduced from the total caseload that remains.
Supervisor Long.
Describe that functional level. For example, a client with that functional level would have...
Right. It might be pre-dementia, so an individual may not remember how to prepare food or when to prepare food, and so therefore they would miss periods of time without eating because they forget to do so. And so that's where a provider would be on meal preparation, or they aren't able to see clearly enough to manage their medications, which days they need what, and so forth. So that would be it. In addition to that, and although it's a smaller caseload in Ventura, we do have a number of disabled children that are on the caseload. And the disabled children live with their parents, and their parents take care of them. So under the program and the way the scoring occurs is that the domestic services associated with caring for a child, bathing, feeding, and those type things is not considered. So, but those with cerebral palsy, on respirators, feeding tubes, those type things are the only services provided, and they will not rate higher than a 2 because that's the only service focus. So those children will also lose services under the index of being below a 2. And so that is another area that the manner in which the program is designed doesn't adequately dictate what the importance of services that are required in the community.
So, Barry, in the example you just gave, they would also lose the service for the feeding tube and assistance under that level?
Yes, that's what we would be providing, is that they would be authorized for services to take care of more or less the feeding tube, the respirator care, those type things, and they would lose that because the score would not be high enough.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Even though they used to get services for that as well as maybe some domestic assistance.
Yeah, they probably would not get domestic service because a parent would be taking care of that. So that would be the only service we'd be authorizing. However, that would be...
Makes it below a 2 and therefore makes them totally ineligible.
In the total case composition. And that is not a unique story. That is probably a consistent story associated with that grouping there. So in addition to that, there'll be limits of services provided to those that may have a functional score higher. So they may be in need, but if, let's say, meal preparation was important, but not the highest level possible, then they'll be cut, and that equates to the 400 hours worth of loss of services that would be doing. It's about 10% of the total service hours will be reduced over the year there. As well, in the public authority is the independent group that goes out, screens, hires providers to match up with the IHSS recipients. They're receiving about a 46% cut, and so it's an office of 10, and so you can do the math. About half of it will be compromised. What that will do is probably delay the associated services and connecting with the individuals. There is no mandate on the timing. However, there are many case law or suits that we get based on timeliness of services that people are eligible for. So we anticipate greater volume in the administrative appeals cycle to increase on that. Also, that the state, due to the decline in the eligibility requirements, the way we're funded in doing services is based on approved cases and not denied cases. And so we'll have a higher denial rate is what it will turn out, because people will not be eligible, and therefore the formula and the way we're funded ultimately will be consuming more work that we don't get paid for, is what it turns out to be. As well as anyone that we change their service plan has a right to be reassessed. And we are already getting calls on that to reassess my plan. So if they're not eligible today, they can call, and we have to schedule and reassess them tomorrow. And so that's kind of the cycle that the programmatic changes has caused there with that. We do also have new program requirements I can click to it. Do I have to shake it? There we go. Associated with a lot of the area talks about fraud and fraud prevention activities, and that's been a subject throughout the state. However, our county's been very proactive in that. About 2 years ago, we went through an audit and a grand jury review of our system and how we could improve upon prevention of fraud, of which we've implemented a lot of the things that the state is proposing at this time. However, there are a number of other additional items that they're imposing on us to do and perform, such as we have to do fingerprinting of everyone that participates in the program, not just the providers, but also the recipients. We will be doing case conferences associated with it and so forth, which prior we just don't have the capacity to do. However, we've already implemented, as far as fraud detection, we do background checks, which we already do. That's a recommendation but not mandated. It's now been mandated by the state. We do 300-hour admission report reviews and these type things that help protect the integrity of the program that other counties don't necessarily do at this time. Let me touch briefly on CalWorks. This is
just a comment, moving out of that IHS area, but one of the things that we should look at and I'll talk with CSAC, is those counties that have year after year after year of excellent performance and fraud that is negligible should be rewarded instead of punished with additional requirements, and or there should be some way of covering our admin fees when we perform well.
Yeah. Thank you for that. Let me just briefly go over CalWorks. This is a very significant area for us that is being reduced. The CalWorks is the Welfare to Work program, and the target in the budget is actually on the Welfare to Work portion of that program, which equates to, for our total allocation, 20%, but as they look at the program, it's a 25% cut to the Welfare to Work services associated with CalWorks. What that equates to a magnitude of 50 individuals or 50 staff is the workload magnitude of that. We do not anticipate that we will be reducing all those staff, but that is the magnitude of services that need to be cut back, whether it's services directly provided to the client through child care supportive services as well as staff case management. It will be a combination of that, but at least 20% of the program needs to be adjusted in order to live within the budget there. The magnitudes are, we are looking at reducing direct services, which would be the primary cost driver is child care. There was program changes made as well in this program that exempted individuals from participating in the Welfare to Work requirements. That kind of pushes us and forces us into an area of saying, okay, if they're not required to participate, then we will back off on our services associated with those areas and concentrate on the areas that we need to provide service to and are required to do so. By doing so, we'll probably reduce child care services. About 400 cases is what we're looking at reducing at this point in time, which impacts about 356 families, is what it would do with us. Yes.
So those are the dollars that are going to be reduced basically from those families, and those the child care dollars.
They will lose that supportive services that they currently get, yes.
Which is going to be pretty significant. That means, you know, the meals and rent and so forth that they'll have to use for child care then.
Well, what it is, it will probably relieve them of the requirements to actually participate in the Welfare to Work program. All right, and so therefore they would not be required to receive that services, or we would not offer that service for them. They would still be eligible for the public assistance portion, but would not receive the other supportive services. Now that is a limited time period that this can be done. The state has capped that we can only do this for a short time until 2011, and then after 2011, other activities will go into play of graduated sanctioning of families, different work participation rate requirements, face-to-face case management, and so forth. So definitely, with the way the state is managing the budget, these are kind of short-term solutions just to solve a budget problem, and not really looking at the program and saying, okay, how do we manage the program and evolve the program for the long haul. So we're kind of being bounced around back and forth with the state at this point in time, saying, well, try this and try that just to remedy some budget issues. However, that makes a significant impact to us, both operationally and system-wide, to how we have to manage. So we're on a reduction of program services about 20% in CalWorks, and as they approve this budget for this year, also next year it's already been stated an additional 20% will be cut from that program. So over 2 years will be a 40% reduction associated with the Welfare to Work program itself. So the real question is the viability of operating a program. And so we will be talking at the state and hopefully with CSAC. I know with our association we'll be working on how do you viably run a program when you decimate it so much.
Well, and I think the state is threatened by federal sanctions and federal loss of revenues as a result of
That's
performance
correct.
and issues also.
Yeah, there are risks and liabilities associated with their actions. Finally, let me just wrap up and I'll conclude for you, is that the Medi-Cal is about $2.4 million reduction in Medi-Cal. We think this is an offset to caseload growth, since we have been experiencing case increases associated with it. So our best case scenario we're hoping for is that it will level us out. However, as in like Mike's presentation, as healthy families impacted, we will have a significant increase in cost and workload coming back to us for redetermination of Medi-Cal as they're linked back to Medi-Cal off of healthy families. So that kind of concludes it. The last is just a summary of what I went over. We are looking at all alternatives to kind of mitigate so we can manage this over the long run versus taking these huge steps and jumping down and causing dramatic impacts associated with us and many of the CBOs and service providers that provide services for us that we have contracts with. Okay, any questions?
I don't think there's any question. Our Human Service Agency and our healthcare agency, you guys have a ton of work ahead of you here, try to make these adjustments. So we appreciate your leadership at the top and the goodwill and fortitude people are going to need to kind of bear up under the extra strain that's going to be involved in this. So thank you very much for your presentations. Right. All righty. CEO, anything else? All right. So it's a motion to receive and file the oral presentation from the CEO's office. And seconded. We're ready to vote on that. And we're going to endeavor. We're behind, but I know we need a break. But we really will make it just a long enough break for us to hit to the restroom, and we'll start up again at 11 o'clock exactly, right? We'll start with our 10:30 item at 11. All right. Right at the crack of 11 o'clock, we are back. Public hearing, item 29, public hearing regarding increased enrollment and co-payments for the healthcare coverage initiative. Good morning, Rachel. How you doing? Item 29, our healthcare agency folks. Is Mike Powers going to do this, or Dr. Gonzalez? Or you, Dr. Gonzalez? Thank you for your presence and. I said thank you for your presence and help with the assistant to the control auditor.
Better division of labor.
That's right. Yes, that's right. Yeah, thank goodness he was here. Not
That's
you,
right. That's the way you'd want it generally.
That's what she said, right?
Yeah, that's right. Well, good morning again, Chair Bennett, board members, Mrs. Robinson. The item before you is a proposal to increase enrollment fees and copays in connection with our ACE program, our demonstration project to cover the uninsured. We are nearing the end of our second year of the program, and things are going very well, but we do need to make some adjustments. And there's sort of two pots of money here that I want to describe. There's the $10 million in treatment, but then there's also about another little over $1 million, $1.4 million in administrative costs for things like case management and enrollment efforts and so forth. On the enrollment funding side, that was going to be covered half by the state and half by enrollment fees. Well, our enrollment fees collections were running short of where they needed to be. So in order to make that up, we need to make this increase in enrollment fees, and that's what that's for. And that's very important, too, because the case management piece of this program is one of the most important pieces of it. So, and they're having incredibly good results with it. And of the 9,000 enrollees in the plan, over 6,000 of them are currently being case managed by our team. So it's very effective. The other part of the program is the treatment program. And there's been a lot of success in terms of enrollment there, and so much so that we actually have had to cap it, of course. And good service continues to be provided, but we needed to bend the cost curve down a bit there because it was not sustainable. So we've really entered into a lot of utilization management efforts, but one of the things that we recognized along the way as an additional tool that would help us was to increase our copays in two main areas, one in emergency room and the other in radiology. So in the emergency room, the copays would go from $45 to $75, although they'd be waived if the patient was admitted. And then the copay in radiology, $15 to $25. And so that's basically the proposal before you. The state has approved these rates, so they're similar to what our health plan rates are actually for copays. And I would just say that the whole team, including Dr. Gonzalez and Terry Stanley and Dee Krupa, the whole team really has been working very hard to control those costs and make sure we're using our limited resources very effectively. And in fact, we have the lowest costs per member in any of the coverage initiative plans in the state.
Is that
about,
right?
about $2,700 per year.
Well, you know, at the national level, we're sitting there, you know, trying to cover everybody and decrease costs. And if they aren't taking a look at our model, they're making a big mistake, you know, in terms of doing that. And then the emergency room, I think we have to do everything we can to try to increase incentives for people to think twice. You want them to come if they have to come, but just so many people come when they don't have to come, and that's the real critical area and stuff. All righty, do we have any questions? We've got a motion and a second, it looks like already.
Thank you for the good work.
We have a motion and a second on the floor. We're ready to vote.
This is good stuff. This is what I think needs to happen.
Nope.
Yeah.
And there's no public speaking. We'll close the public
Always
hearing.
tough to do, but necessary.
Right, thank you.
Always good work. Thank you.
Thank you.
All righty. Thank you, Michael. Our next 10:30 item is the Watershed Protection District and the Warfield. What's that? What?
Is it possible to do 30 and 31 at the same time?
It's,
Not for a motion, but for discussion?
Sounds like we should not. All right. Thank you. All righty. So here we are, item 30.
Okay, good morning. Oh.
See, they want to do it at the same time.
I would support doing that.
Santa
'cause they
Clara
are
Warefield
connected.
slides up.
To have the two, I'm sorry, to have the two discussed openly and obviously motions on separate, but they are connected.
No, can we?
Yep, 30 and 31.
Well, I think it causes a little bit of difficulty for the clerk, but the Brown Act doesn't prohibit it. You can hear items together if you choose.
Okay, watch this. Roberta, can we please? She who must be obeyed. May we?
There's some cookies.
Okay, we're going to announce to the public. We're discussing items 30 and 31 at the same time. We also, because it's a time certain, we need to do that. We also still have the fire item trailing this, and we also have AB 811 trailing this, and we have our item that we came forward still trailing. So we still have quite a bit to do. We still have a closed session. We have people that have to leave. So if everybody can be as efficient with your comments as possible, we certainly will appreciate it. You're on.
Sure. My name is Norma Camacho, Director of the Watershed Protection District, and I'm here today to briefly discuss the Santa Clara River Werefield project. Again, just for some brief background, this project did come to you on July 14th and was continued, and we are here today to provide some additional information that was requested by your board and to briefly summarize the CEQA documentation that was done for this particular project. Just as a brief refresher, this project is located in the unincorporated area next to the city of Oxnard, and the project site is also adjacent to the decommissioned Santa Clara landfill, which is next to the River Ridge Golf Course. Now, the problem that the site is undergoing at this point in time is that as the Santa Clara River comes in high flow situations and changes from a southwest to a westerly flow, the full force of the riverbank on the south bank does cause a significant erosion at that site adjacent to the landfill. Again, this is the project site photo to give you an idea of the site, how it looks like, and the type of habitat that we're trying to protect at that particular site. Again, the project objectives was to train the Santa Clara River to migrate away from the south bank and to provide slope protection, erosion protection at the decommissioned landfill, and also to mitigate loss of riparian habitat in the area. And again, those are the project objectives, and this project has been in the CIP for the Watershed Protection District since about fiscal year 2001.
Could you expand on how it does .3 mitigate loss of and stabilize areas supporting riparian habitat?
We're going to be getting into some more detailed slides on that particular issue. Just to provide a little more background, project costs estimated at this point at $7.5 million, with the construction portion of the contract estimated at $6 million. To date, we've spent over $500,000 on this project. At the July 4th meeting, the board had asked us to investigate whether or not agencies that are responsible for long-term maintenance of the landfill would consider cost-sharing information, since this project largely provides erosion control for the landfill. Just to provide you an update, we did meet with the City of Oxnard and VRSD in late July, and both agencies did significantly support the project and the goals of the project at this point. And they have committed to taking the project and the cost-sharing request to their respective governing bodies in September for further consideration. And at this point, when we do get some input and make some progress, we will report back to the board on what their governing bodies have stated in terms of their commitment to providing potential funding for this project.
I have a question. When you talk about taking it to their boards for the cost-sharing component, do we have a breakdown of what their cost share may possibly be, or is it just?
Well, we had talked about in initial discussions that perhaps for the construction portion of the project that the district and the City of Oxnard would potentially split it 50-50. At this point, we have said that we provided about over $500,000 in project design, studies, and permitting into this project thus far.
Do you have an idea how much they have set aside for the decommissioning and stabilization of the landfill?
Not at this point in time. I don't know. Okay. Other issues that came up at the last meeting were additional environmental concerns regarding our secret documentation and our mitigation measures. And at this point, I'd like to turn the presentation over to Peter Shade, Deputy Director of Design and Construction, to discuss basically the need for the project, since that did come up as an issue, and also to discuss a little bit further the alternatives analysis was done as a part of this project prior to the development of the mitigated negative declaration.
Thank you. Another question that was asked at the July 14th board meeting was what's the likelihood of this bank eroding, and what type of erosion might we expect in a 100-year flood event? Based on the discussions that I had with Dave Williams, our design consultant, although we have a lot of guidance on what constitutes a not a protected bank or how to protect a bank, the models that estimate on an event basis how much erosion would occur really are not there at this point. The best available data that we have to date is really historic erosion that we've seen at this location, as well as where the river might have been in the past. With that said, the largest storm of record on the river that we have is 1969, with a peak flow of 165,000 CFS, and the current 100-year flood is estimated to be over 220,000. So the event that we consider the 100-year event is about 33% larger than what we've seen to date. I'd like to note on this slide that we're not only showing the damages from specific flood events, but that we're also showing the district's response to those flood events for improvements, and that this entire project reach has had protection placed on it at one time or another over the last 30 years or so. Note also that after during these flood events, that all of the riparian vegetation along the south bank is wiped out from those flood flows, and it's left bare as it was in 2005. So here's a slide that we wanted to show you that showed what the river would look like in the past. And although we have a lot of different photos from a lot of different years, and this is really by no means the worst look at this reach, this gives us a good idea of where the river was before the landfill and before development in this part of the Santa Clara River. In this 1945 photo, we're showing, and I don't know if you can see it, but we're showing this red line here is indicating more or less the active channel where it's really not vegetated, where the river had washed over it and eroded whatever vegetation had grown before. And then the yellow line is what we consider the terrace at that time. There's also kind of a remnant here that probably had been a terrace previous to the construction of the railroad and 101 bridge located right here, but that due to those constrictions, that had no longer been an active part of the channel in 1945. Also, the blue line here shows where the existing top of bank or access road is today. So here's what it looks like today with those same three lines overlaid on this new photo. And one of the interesting things about this photo, as you can see, is that this yellow line, which has been the zone of the riparian limits, very closely matches the limits of the Santa Clara landfill, the coastal landfill here, and then it's a little bit out of the photo here, very closely follows the limits of the Ballard landfill. So as you might guess, lowland looks like a good candidate to where to put some fill in, and that's what happened. The red photo is where the red line is where the active channel was, and although there's no precise forecasting here, we believe that would be a reasonable expectation on what could erode during a 100-year flood event. There's no way of predicting exactly or for sure, and we know that the district, along with the city and VRSD, would do what they could during the flood event to flood fight. But that seems like a reasonable expectation based on what we know. So the district, during the design of the project, even though we were not required as part of the preparation of the secret document, the MND before you today, we did an alternative analysis of the project, and I won't go over it again in detail because I know we did the last meeting on July 14th. I'd like to highlight a couple of the alternatives in addition to the preferred one. The do-nothing alternative, and I should also note that one of the critical issues in all of the assessment of each of the alternatives was how this project fit with the 2006 Phase 1 project that was constructed a little bit upstream, and we'll look at a photo in a moment. But the do-nothing alternative, we did look at that, and what our design consultant assessed was that it would propagate bank slope failures downstream of Phase 1, and therefore did not meet the objectives of the project to protect the bank over this reach. And another alternative that we wanted to briefly go over was the natural armoring alternative, and that was also looked at, and that would include biostabilization, vegetated banks, other biotechnical stabilization. And what we determined was, with the help of our consultant, was the shear forces, the forces that are along the bank, the velocity was so high that this would only be a temporary solution and that this would not protect the bank during the 100-year event. And so lastly, the alternative that was chosen was the bendway weirs, and not only would it protect with the different elements of it, the upper bank and the lower bank, but also would promote revegetation next to the bank that would enhance the habitat that's there currently that gets wiped out after every storm. So here's the project as we showed you on July 14th. This project is designed for the 100-year flood, and there are many components with the size of the rock and the depth of the toe downs and the weir size, etc., are designed for that in mind. This project will provide erosion protection to the bank at the bend, but will not increase the capacity of the channel of the river, and so it will not have any decrease in the floodplain associated with the next item on your agenda. It would only be for the erosion protection. And the two main components of this project are the construction of the 4 rock and sheet pile bendway weirs to replace the previous 3 of the 5 lost groins from 98 and 2005, and then augment the approximately 1,600 linear feet of existing rock riprap bank protection that was placed in 1979. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Angela Bonfilio-Allen, which will talk about the mitigation measures as well as the CEQA process.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Angela Bonfilio-Allen, and I'm an environmental planner with the Watershed Protection District. More than 15 acres, let me see, there we go. More than 15 acres of the Santa Clara River will be restored within and upstream of the proposed project. Similar revegetation activities were conducted 2 years ago between the 3 groins that you see upstream of the proposed project there.
Say that again, please.
2 years ago, we conducted similar revegetation activities between the 3 weirs, or 3 groins that were constructed upstream there. Right. And less than halfway through the 5-year mitigation process, the restoration is demonstrating good progress at this point. But as expected, it's not at the end of the 5-year process, so it still has a little ways to go before we can consider it fully restored. The existing mitigation along those 3 weirs would be protected in place during construction of the proposed project. For this project, we are proposing to replant about 5.5 acres of southern riparian scrub, and that would be located in that hatched area between the 4 yellow weirs and also immediately upstream and downstream of those weirs. The plant palette would include those native species that naturally occur in this section of the riverbed, such as cottonwoods, willows, and mulefat. The planting will increase the existing southern riparian scrub extent by about 2 acres. So we're gaining about 2 acres of southern riparian scrub here. The existing habitat, I don't know if you can see it very well up on the slide there, but at the upstream end of the project, the existing southern riparian scrub, is quite narrow because in 2005 it was scoured away by the flood flows. So the replanting would actually expand the width of that corridor out to the tips of the weirs. That's how we're gaining another 2 acres. As a result of the very narrow width, it's currently not suitable for the endangered leaf-spells vireo. And as a matter of fact, in surveys conducted in 2008 and 2009, we did not detect leaf-spells vireo within the direct impact area of the project. Also, we expect success because of the species that we're selecting. They're adapted to this area, and also because it's hydrologically connected to the river. The surface flow would be able to pass in between the weirs and help to sustain the plantings. And also the area would also receive groundwater, so the plantings would have access to that source. The sheet pile frames that would form the weirs are designed to include seepage windows, and the seepage windows would permit passage of groundwater as well. Other components of the restoration include just under 8 acres riverward of the weirs, and that's the light blue shaded area there. And what we would do there is allow natural recruitment because it is subject to scour, and we would also remove non-native vegetation from that area. And finally, there's a just over 2 acre area, which is north or upstream of the 3 groins that we constructed in 2006. And we would remove non-native plants, particularly targeting the giant reed in that area because the quality of the habitat is diminished as a result of that, the presence of that species. The M&D disclosed use of herbicide within the project area. Long-term use is limited to any vegetation that occurs on the rock riprap bank and also within 15 feet of the bank toe, according to FEMA and Army Corps of Engineers regulations. Short-term use is planned within the mitigation area for the 5-year establishment period to limit competition from non-native plants and instead encourage establishment of the native species. The herbicide that would be used on site has been approved for use by the US EPA in aquatic environments. All applications would comply with the BMPs described in the Operations and Maintenance EIR, which was certified by your board in May of 2008. These BMPs are enforced at all district facilities. The mitigated negative declaration examined about 30 different issue areas, and of these issue areas, we identified significant impacts for 7 of them, and these are listed in the table here. And we developed 12 mitigation measures to reduce impacts below a significant level. Mitigation measure Bio 4 in particular deals with restoration of the site. And a mitigation plan was attached in Appendix C to the document to provide details of what exactly we would be doing to restore the area. And at this point, I'll ask Norma Camacho to conclude the presentation.
Yeah, so basically in conclusion, there was some discussion of possibility of delaying the adoption of the mitigated negative declaration. And we just wanted to discuss what some of those impacts could be. Again, we've been working diligently with the Army Corps and Fish and Game and other regulatory agencies to acquire many of the permits that are necessary. And again, many of the permits like the 401 and the 404 permits, I mean, right now we're at the point that we've gained a lot of momentum. We have everybody interested. We're coming very close to addressing all of the issues and concerns out there. And not adopting the mitigated negative declaration, I fear that it would put this again on the back burner with many of those agencies, and we'd lose that type of momentum to move forward with the additional permits required. Also, what we're trying to do, even though funding is still in flux, and we're talking to both the ERSD and the City of Oxnard, there is the desire to at least get this project to the point that the permits are ready, the design is ready, we actually have a shovel-ready project to go in case there is FEMA money, in case there are ERA monies that become available. We have this project ready to go and can take advantage of those particular situations should they arise. We will be prepared.
Could I ask a question about that?
Sure.
The City of Oxnard is concerned about the integration of the Weir project with the levee system project. So if we move forward, we go to design and we become shovel-ready, would it kind of be the Weir system then, or the levee system would have to integrate with the Weir system if we find that they aren't already compatible?
No, one of the things that I know you wanted to talk to both, or talk about the SCR3 project as well, but we have also instructed Wood Rogers, who is our consultant, potential consultant for this project, to look at that integration and to ensure that both the Weirfield system and the levee system operate as a, unified unit to protect against both erosion and for, flooding control at the site. And so I don't think at this point the Weirfield system is not going to be governing how the levee system is going to work, but instead what it would do is help direct the flow straight on down the river so that there would be less scouring impacts downstream for any potential levee system that does get designed.
Supervisor.
And I understand that the City of Oxnard and VRSD are going to be working with the watershed protection. The only unfortunate thing right now that the City of Oxnard won't meet again until September 15th or something like that. And VRSD is also dark, so. But my understanding is that they are willing to help out. We have Rob today with us, but of course he can't speak for the City Council. But that's my understanding that they want to look at it and help out.
Yes. And in fact, we did get a letter of support from the City of Oxnard regarding the SCR3 project.
SCR3 project also. And today, I know we have some speakers, but today we're just looking at the CEQA process, right?
For the Weirfield project, yes, we're just looking at approving the mitigated negative declaration. And so at this point, until we really hear back on the city's and VRSD's commitment to the project, we're going to be holding off on going through the next step, which is to come forward with the bid contract, and until we hear what our funding situation is.
So we're just setting this in motion, subject to that.
Yeah.
I understand also, of course, and it was mentioned that the environment is very, very important. So that I think is the important part also of the CEQA process, that we take care of the environment, and of course, the other important thing is to take care of the erosion, to shift the water to another direction and keep it from eroding the landfill and also the golf course. So, okay.
Just to see if I'm clear on the question that I asked, it talks about how it's believed that the Weirfield project will be complementary with any solution proposed in the levee system. We are going to ask Wood Rogers to ensure integration of these improvements with the proposed Weirfield project. So the way I read that, the levee system will be ensured to be consistent with the Weirfield project. So that was my question. Which one is going to be kind of the dog and which one's going to be the tail? And as I see it, if I'm correct, it's saying that you're going to ensure that the integration of these improvements in the levee system will work with the Weirfield project. So I just want to see the sequence of things. We're moving forward first with the Weirfield project.
I believe that if there are issues that require, from my perspective, the levee system is a public safety issue, and it is a high priority project. But if it requires that some modifications need to be done to the Weirfield to make the levee system more effective, we're going to rely on the consultant to make that determination and not close the door on that issue. And so we're not going to commit at this point that the Weirfield project is going to dictate, but allow the engineering consultants and our internal engineers to make that determination as the project goes along.
I'd like to jump in here at this point in time. I read that sentence a little bit differently than Supervisor Parks. I think the intent of the sentence is to say, let's make sure the two things work together. We don't just plan them independently and then go, oh, whoops. But I think you said it well. You know, the levy is a public safety issue, and you know, there's no question with that. So I don't know if you're comfortable with us saying that certainly when in doubt, we can't do anything to compromise the levy because of the public safety and FEMA implications with that, et cetera, and that would be the sense of the board when we get to our motions with this, so that we're not, just so there's no lack of clarity. In my own mind, both projects are good projects. You know, the levy has to be done because of all of those homes back there now. The Weirfield is I think, a very appropriate environmental action to take to protect the landfill, to actually improve native habitat. There's always an argument that can be used, but I still am willing to hear that, hear those arguments again today. But to the extent that we do decide to go forward, I think all we're trying to say is make sure we use common sense and we design them so that they work well together. But we're not subordinating the levy to the Weirfield. So that'll be the sense of the board.
And so I agree that's the way it should be, and I just want to make sure that the timing, the sequence of these is such that it allows for that. You want to go shovel ready with the Weir project. I don't know how that interrelates with going out for a design for the levy system. If one's going to be shovel ready and ready to go, is the other one going to also be taking into account that? I'm just curious on the sequence of things.
Okay. Supervisor Gossett, I do remind us all we have a hard deadline here.
Absolutely. That's a good question, too. But and also on 31, that engineering study is going to help us tremendously to correlate and combine those two issues.
Steph, do you have anything else essential for us to hear right now?
Well, I just wanted to clarify whether or not you wanted us to just go into the SCR3 levy system presentation for the Wood Rogers consulting contract.
Supervisors Parks and Long, you asked for this. What do you want? You want to hear the presentation right now? Yes, we'd like to hear the essentials of the levy system.
In 25 words or less.
Good morning, Chair Bennett, members of the board. For the record, my name is Gerard Kapusik. I'm the district's levy certification project manager and, at least for today, the SCR3 project manager. So I'd like to present to you today the board item, which is essentially a request for authorization of a standard form consulting services contract with Wood Rogers and a total not to exceed amount of $713,000 and $228 for a 30% pre-design engineering study with a total project budget for this project, this study, of $784,551. The $71,323 difference represents a 10% estimate for contingency for unanticipated expenses, which have to be approved in advance before engagement. I am joined today by Dan Mathias, principal, and Dr. Shaimel Chowdhury, PhD, CFM with Wood Rogers, who are here to happy to answer any questions that you may have. Also, as has been referenced by Supervisor Zaragoza, Rob Roshanian from the City of Oxnard is here, and you have before you a letter of support, I might find noteworthy, overwhelming support, which is not a phrase we hear often from the City of Oxnard, and we appreciate that very much on this project. The purpose of my presentation today, now I'll move very quickly, but let me just summarize and give an overview and then get it through the slides, and we'll move as quickly as possible. Essentially, this presentation is about a gap in flood protection, how best to close it, how best to do so in a systemic sense, to do so collaboratively, cost-effectively, and sensitive to the balanced enjoyment of natural resources, which has become the hallmark of quality of life that your board supports in Ventura County. Having said that, it's easier to say than do. But one of the results of the FEMA levee certification effort is it has forced systemic looks at our flood protection facilities along the river. And this project helps us deal with a major area in which we need to do that for a variety of reasons. As indicated, we'll touch on these items very quickly. You had the benefit of context of the previous item, which has touched a little bit on what we will talk about, but we'll try to fulfill that in a little bit more depth and specifically to this area. We did provide you an oversized graphic. It's a little bit easier to see than this, but you'll notice that essentially what we have here is a system. And this levee system essentially begins, let's move from the west to east, from downstream upstream, to just west of the Baylord landfill, that first yellow. For some reason, I can't seem to get this, the red button. Okay, I don't see any.
We need all our staff together. Either training in that or we need a new one of those.
Sorry about this.
That's a Peter Foy purchased.
Seems to not be working, but the left.
You got to get something.
There you go. There we go. Roberta has a solution. Thank you very much, Roberta. I would point out for the record that Roberta is also not an engineer. Well, at least not civil. From west to east, at the essentially just west of the Baylord landfill, the stream bank protection along that landfill, then we have the first of the district levees component, which is the westernmost portion. It's called SE3, and that was engineered and designed as a levee. And then, of course, we have the long landfill stream bank protection, and then another SCR3 levee that the district designed in the curve there of the road. And then we have about, depending upon how you measure this core distance, 2,500 to 3,000 foot gap. And that gap is very critical for a variety of reasons, and we'll highlight on that as we go forward with the presentation. These are just simple pictures of the various reaches as the project has been described from west to east. Again, this is in the vicinity of the stream bank protection, and then through the Baylord landfill, the curve along Ventura River there in Reach 3, and then the gap. And this slide is quite busy, and it's hard to see at that level, but this is the El Rio drain emptying into this gap area. And this is the railroad bridge, and essentially this entire area is a low-lying area and has no flood protection facilities. And so this is the area that we refer to as a gap. Also, in terms of determining the best engineering and practical solution, we have to deal with the flow of the El Rio drain into this area, because once the gap is closed, we have to convey that flow or increase the height of the flood wall in the El Rio drain, or some combination. So we have a complication beyond simply just closing the gap. We do have some historical reference of how flooding can occur in this area. This is a picture taken in '69. It's presumed to be at the peak storm flow of 165 CFS. We're at the Ventura side of the railroad bridge. This is the railroad bridge here. And that's the old 101 bridge, so it's going to be closer. But you can see at this level of river flow how high the river was.
And I do want to remind staff, if it is information that you've presented to the board once, I don't think that would fall under our definition of essential today, given our time frame. And I know we did see this
very
before,
well.
So if you can
I'll
keep that in mind.
move
as you're
rapidly
moving.
then. The important point is that the gap creates the flood protection boundary increase that the city of Oxnard residents are now experiencing. There is a depth variation based on the flow from the river. While there's debate about the level of elevation of the river, there is no debate that there is a gap which needs to be closed. The pre-design study essentially deals with 4 reaches. It's to evaluate existing facilities, look at the deficiencies, propose corrective actions, and develop a 30% pre-design study. We have developed a detailed scope of work. We went through a very extensive process. As you can see here, a series of 4 consulting engineers firms were picked for our levee work. Wood Rogers is one of them. The PWA director approved that last year. Wood Rogers' experience is considerable and impactful in this area. They are premier and nationally award-winning levee certification, floodplain management, and green designers in terms of these projects. They have a track record of securing over $100 million in federal and state funding for infrastructure projects, which is critically a component of this. The pre-design study is essentially 9 months. If your board authorizes it today, it'll be complete by April of 2010. At the conclusion of that, we will have refined cost estimates, projects, definition, and integration of systemic evaluation. The cost estimate is within a fair and reasonable amount for the pre-design study, and that is the first part of this box. Initially, in our discussions with the City of Oxnard, since the ultimate solution to this problem will become part of the district's facilities, we discussed moving ahead at least to the pre-design study phase. We do have that budgeted in the fiscal 10 budget, but as indicated, we do not at this point have funding identified to move from the closing of that level pre-design to the next level, which is completion of plans and specs, and hence the request for discussions with the City of Oxnard about detailed cost sharing. At best level of estimate of the project, it's a large project. The first phase up to 784 that you're before you today. We are assuming a full-blown EIR/EIS for this project. Best estimate we have is about 50,000 order of magnitude. Moving to the completion of design, plans, specifications, and estimate. The best estimate we have is another 700,000, but that would be refined at the conclusion of the 30% study. The best estimate we have of the magnitude of cost is 25 to 30 million of construction, so an overall cost ranging for somewhere just shy of 27 million to 32 million. In terms of our funding outlook, as you know, all of our zone budgets are strained, both planned projects and potential worst-case levee certification and rehab, of which 30 million of this SER is in this number for Zone 2. We clearly have more projects than we have identified funding, so it's going to require us to be very creative, cooperative, and work with lots of different agencies to come up with the funding once the project is identified. And this is just a lot of questions about, well, why can't this project be done quickly? It's just closing the gap. As you can see, it's more than that. This is our best estimate of the project timeline and the various phases. It's probably a 5 to 6 year horizon before we could actually get into construction ground to correct this. And this is critical because should the flood protection map go effective on January 22nd, showing the Oxnard area, as all indications are it will, that would be the earliest relief from that through a LOMAR once that project is completed for flood insurance purposes. But more importantly, that would be the protection of the area as identified. So our recommendations are essentially to ask you to authorize the approval of the contract by the Public Works Director as a designee with a 10% contingency, to direct us and to enter into discussions on cost sharing, and to develop a joint lobbying strategy. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Supervisor Zergos.
Just to add real quickly to what was said, is, you know, the City of Oxnard, FEMA had 3 meetings, one at Pacific High School, Oxnard High School, and also the Performing Arts Center in Oxnard, explaining all the FEMA maps and et cetera. And there was concerns, you know, stated at the time about the CFS, you know, that there was 200 and some thousand CFS as opposed to 165,000. We're working with Congresswoman Lois Capps and Watershed and Oxnard on the preferred rates, you know, that hopefully we can get from FEMA. And there's a multitude of other issues that we're looking at, and we have quite a few concerned Oxnard residents regarding the CFS and regarding additional studies that FEMA should do, you know, just for information. But I think the first approach here is to look at it as is recommended by staff. You know. But I just wanted to share that quickly. You know,
all right. We still have 2 public speakers before we go. Supervisor
I
Park.
do have a question regarding, certainly this is a very important project, and we have a limited amount of money in that district too, I think it is, funds. And we've heard, you know, Fillmore, other areas are very much in need. And I'm just wondering, when you look back at the Weir project, how that fits in the priority of things. I realize it's further in the chute, you know, we're closer to go on it. But knowing that some projects will not be done because of this project, I'm just wondering about the prioritization. If that's still number one priority is this Weir project, when you look at the other projects in that district, and I don't really see an analysis of that.
Let's have Norma answer that question, our Watershed Protection District person. Thank you.
Yeah, actually, that is a good question, and we will be coming back to the board in September to discuss that very issue in terms of looking at the number of projects, both levy projects, IWPP projects, O&M projects that are popping up now as our facilities begin to age, and lay out the priorities for the board similar to what transportation did with their particular projects. And I think as we move forward, cost sharing with jurisdictions and other and looking at other funding sources, possibly through new development who stands to gain from a lot of these, I guess, protective measures is something that we're going to start moving towards in the future.
And that's, I'm sorry, but that is exactly where I'm going to, is we have a VRSD in the city of Oxnard that we're looking at maybe paying 50-50 construction, and this has never even been broached to their boards yet, and they're going to meet in September. That would sure make me feel a lot better about going in and prioritizing this by default as number one, the Weir project, knowing that they're going to be doing that cost sharing. I think when we talked, you were saying that nothing's going to happen before the rainy season in terms of construction, that we could wait until September and hear from those boards about their willingness to participate in support of the Weir project.
Certainly.
Does that still work?
If I could ask a question, in spite of your comments that we haven't prioritized and we still have to prioritize, is it your recommendation that we move forward with the mitigated negative declaration today on this Weir project?
I would say that we do move forward with the mitigated negative declaration, but we hold off on construction at this point in time until we prioritize the projects and look at additional funding sources.
And the advantages of moving forward with the mitigated negative declaration today is?
The primary advantage is that we could keep moving forward as far as the fish and game permits and the other ancillary permits that are required for this particular project.
Great.
We don't lose momentum on that, and actually then close the door on that, and then look forward to getting additional funding.
And your boss has some items.
There's another. I mean, it never. First of all, we're going to quit picking our pencils up and putting them down on this thing. And second of all, we're going to be in place to secure any funding that comes our way. It's not uncommon, and NRCS has gotten some money, for them to call up and have a very specific use for the money. In other words, we couldn't use it on a levy or something. And this project will be closer to ready for that.
Go back to the pick your pencils up and putting them down. Say that again in front of the microphone with a little more clarity.
An advantage is, it's an expense to put your pencils down, let's set something aside, and then pick it up again and start all over again, or start from where you left off. Right. There's always the revisiting and the rehashing.
Could I ask an ancillary question to that, and that is if we find out that when you do this integration study that hasn't been done yet, that you are going to, instead of making changes to the levy system, make changes to the Weir system, are you going to have to recirculate this M&D? You now have like an alternative that you're looking at. Is that a possibility?
It's certainly a possibility, but not a very great one. It would just depend on what the impacts were. To my way of thinking, these projects are almost completely independent. One of the things that we looked at was whether or not there was an advantage to going with the Weirs ahead, because it would lessen the cost of the levy. And at that point, the discussion was there's not an overlap. So
okay, so you've seen it very unlikely that we would be in that situation where we have to recirculate the M&D because the integration study found we needed to make changes that weren't identified.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chair, the levy issue is a really important safety issue too that has to be addressed.
Excuse me. Okay, board. Yes, can we get to our speakers? Everybody set for that? All right. Bert Perillo, 3 minutes, and then Chuck Bauman, 3 minutes. And if you'll tell us whether you're speaking on 30 or 31 or both. Then we should go back to the people on 30. Go ahead, Bert. We're gonna mix the speakers up on both, and we're gonna vote separately. Can we do that, County Council?
May I get a clarification? Could an individual? I heard that you combined them. Now, You could speak on both items for 3 minutes?
You can speak on both items. Bottom line is you have 3 minutes total anyway.
Total? Okay,
Yeah.
I'll speak, my main is 31, but I'll address a couple of items. If, I would like to thank...
3 minutes, Bert Perillo, item 31 right now.
I'd like to thank John Zaragoza for attending all the meetings that the City of Oxnard has had. He's been there, and I live in Mr. Steve Bennett's District 1. And Steve, I'd recommend that if there are any more meetings, you yourself or send some staff, because you would find, as this presentation here, when Mr. Kapusik was sort of having to speed it up to break a speed time for talking, if you had been at that last meeting with FEMA, you'd find out that the people that would have heard this presentation now would be very upset that he was basically had to step it up, because this is a very big issue for a lot of homeowners. Ms. Parks, thank you very much for asking the questions, because I don't think you got a straight answer, but I thank you for asking those questions. I'm speaking as the chair of the INCF. This is a very big issue to a lot of homeowners in that area, the flood map, but it's going to be a very big issue to the rest of the homeowners in the City of Oxnard, because we're talking about City of Oxnard coming up with funds. And now I'd like to speak as a private citizen. When we hear comments from individuals representing watershed, we can train the river. It reminds me of an analogy. You can train a tiger, but one day he might just eat you. If we don't do an appropriate job of these things, it may go wrong. When we start to work on items below the levee, where we have homes at risk above where this Weir project is, the priorities could get mixed up. That's why I think Park's question was good. We need to adjust our thinking. What's a higher priority? Protect the dump and the golf course, or protect the 1,800 homes that are in the gap? Now, that may be a misunderstanding on my part, but that is to sit in the audience, that's how I see it. When we attend meetings of and the FEMA representative, Kathy Schaefer, came, as Mr. Zaragoza was there, and again, thank you for attending that meeting, and the FEMA director, we'd been led to believe, we had a 6-month comment period, and we find out from the FEMA director that night, the 6-month comment period ended the morning of that night's meeting. There were a lot of people that were upset. A lot of people feel disenfranchised. They want to know why Camarillo and Moore Park were given basically several years to comment, and Oxnard's given a short shift. It's almost like a discriminatory practice against my community. When we talk about the VRSD and the City of Oxnard committing funds that they haven't even adjusted, I see on the map that we have the City of Ventura involved. Where does the City of Ventura fit in all of this? Does the City of Ventura have any leverage or pressure to potentially stop this? Because if we improve on our side of the river and it affects Ventura, are there some hesitance on VRSD and Oxnard or FEMA or the county to adjust that levy? I agree it is a public safety issue, but the bigger public safety issue is the gap in the levee. And I hope that with it's a lot of money that we're being asked to approve. I hope that somebody does take a look, value engineering, that they double check that nobody's getting fat off these projects in a tight money market. And I know Mr. Foy talks about money often, complimenting him. I hope people look at that. No one should get fat off these projects. There's a lot of people at risk. The economy is not good. Funds are impacted, and residents and where they live, and when you attend the meetings, are ongoing right now. People trying to find out what's going on, they feel they're getting shafted. Thank you very much, Supervisor.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Bert, I just want to respond to 2 things. Number one, you heard our Watershed Protection District Director, Norma Camacho, say the levee is public safety, and so it has the higher priority. I think that message is clear, and everybody's saying that. Nobody's going to put the Weirfield in front of the levees, all right, in terms of priority. So I want you to hear that. And number 2, with regards to attendance at the meetings, et cetera, I think that I make a real strong effort to always be there. The City of Oxnard scheduled that meeting in conjunction with Supervisor Zaragoza's calendar. They didn't check with me at all when they told me about the meeting. Everybody on my staff was already booked at meetings at Ojai and Ventura, including myself. So if the City of Oxnard coordinates with us, I'll be able to attend. But if they don't coordinate with us, it makes it pretty difficult when it's a conflict. So I just wanted to let you know.
Thank you very much for clarifying that. And I would also like to say that Mr. Robert Shani from the City of Oxnard, Mr. Gerard Kapusik from the county have been very helpful in getting information out.
Great.
But thank you very much. And
Sure.
I hope the City of Oxnard does a good
I
job.
will share that information with you
Great.
in the future, my
Okay,
staff.
good.
And Watershed has done an excellent job and did an excellent job.
Chuck Bauman? Good morning. Yeah, we're still morning.
Good morning, Chairman Bennett and members of the board and staff. My name is Chuck Bauman. I'm resident of North Oxnard. I also serve as the chairman of the Winston North Neighborhood Council. This this entire project has our strong support for this study regarding this levee system. Since FEMA has placed us in this very uncomfortable position of being now in a flood hazard zone, this caused a lot of serious concern, anxiety, and frustration, and I could go on and on about how people feel about this issue. There's 3,600 voters in this area that's affected by the situation. My neighborhood represents about half of those, our area being Vineyard Avenue, west from Ventura Road over to Patterson, and Patterson south to Gonzales, and then east and Gonzales back to Ventura Road. So luckily my personal residence was taken out of the map in the last study, but I still have responsibility of the area I represent, which most of them are still in the zone. So we strongly support this study, and we ask that relief and remedy from the zone designation be expedited. We thank Mr. Gerard Kapusik and Rob Bashani, Supervisors Zaragoza, and the people in Oxnard, Director of Public Works, and who have been involved in this. And we need all the help we can get to get this thing brought to closure, because it is a very serious matter, and it's got a lot of people very upset. So appreciate all the help we can get. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for keeping your testimony brief. Roberta, if you could take us back to the public speakers from item 30. Jason, I'm not, if I can pronounce this right, Jason Weiner. There you go. Thank you. Welcome back.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Supervisors. Hope you all are well. So yeah, Ventura Coastkeeper we prioritize protecting that landfill. I think this is a real question of whether CEQA is being complied with here. And CEQA is in place for a reason. It's in place to make sure that the environment is best protected in decisions. And what CEQA would do here, it would mandate that the mitigation measures are more detailed, so we'll have better assurances that they will succeed. But it will also go through an alternatives analysis, and we touched on this last time. It's a complicated, this is a very, very tough project, but there's a lot of questions that need to be answered, and we feel that there's been a lot of open dialogue here about the different mitigation measures and the purpose of the project. And CEQA requires that the dialogue is fully explored and the mitigation measures, for instance, are explained. And when we went through, if we go through an alternatives analysis, for instance, we look at the no project alternatives, and we have more of an understanding of what the risk is to the landfill. We also have an understanding of the net environmental benefits of this project. We'd understand whether the mitigation measures would be successful. We'd understand what the risk is of the landfill eroding. We'd look at alternatives like stabilizing the landfill from within and whatnot. We also look at the 100-year flood event, and we look at whether the Weirfield would actually protect the landfill during that event, where rivers are very hard to predict, and other Weirfields have washed downstream. Real quick, we submitted a comment letter to you guys that's a little bit clearer on our stance than I'm articulating right now in the 3 minutes we have, 1 minute left. But we really feel there's substantial evidence in the record raised by BCK that the project may have a significant effect on the environment. These include reasonable assumptions predicated on fact. And based on, we had a slideshow that I wanted to have up there. We don't feel that these plants really are going to restore the habitat at the site. The Weirfields sink about 10 feet into the ground. Angela mentioned that there's windows, but are those windows below the 10 feet or above the 10 feet? We're not quite sure. The herbicide application, has the potential to harm that vegetation and the wildlife there as well. In terms of the EAR, we asked specific questions in our comment letter about the environmental impacts, and we felt that put a duty on the district to respond to that with detailed explanations about their mitigation measures, which they did not do. Additionally, we'd like to talk real quickly about that there's some reasonably foreseeable indirect impacts, all the way to the last slide, please, just keep going through. Yeah, and you'll see upstream right there, there was the trees and the vegetation is much different than the vegetation of willows, just very homogeneous composition. They don't look too healthy, but it's willows, and I don't know how that can actually adequately serve its habitat.
And I'm sorry.
Just look downstream, indirect impacts real quick, and then I'll be finished. You know, this looks like, you know, the EIR, this is allowing opportunities for downstream development in agricultural fields that aren't necessarily developed. And these are reasonably foreseeable indirect impacts that should have been evaluated in initial studies. So we would ask that mitigation measures be provided for those impacts downstream and the possible movement of all this huge population development downstream.
You have all this in your letter, too, that
yes,
you
I do.
sent us,
Thank you.
right?
Just wanted to make sure it's in
We've
the
been able
record.
to read, so
Thank you for your time as well.
Appreciate it. Ron Boderoff, our last speaker.
1 minute. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. There's little doubt that this landfill needs to be protected. My question to my friends at the Watershed Protection District, of whom I have many, is why didn't we do an EIR? They've already shown that 350K will cover this massive levee system. So for a couple % of the cost of this $7.5 million project, we could have done an EIR for this one, and we've almost got it in place already. So why don't we just complete the circle and do it? And it'll also, I think, lead to a better understanding of how you integrate the levee system with this weir system. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Ron. That finishes our public comment. Do we have anything else from staff in response to the testimony or anything else that we need to hear? Right. All right, Supervisor Parks, you can kick it off.
Just in relation to the testimony, did the M&D look at growth-inducing impacts?
Yes, I believe it did.
No.
Supervisor Zaragoza.
Just kind of mention a little bit. Doesn't most of that land belong to the Coastal Conservancy anyway? Down the I think it's up for
Santa Clara River
the Santa Clara River
project. I believe they've been acquiring that property up along that area.
Yeah.
In that area.
Yeah, I would have to confirm that for you.
I'm almost sure the Coastal Conservancy is working on that too.
Okay. Board members, we need to now go back and put our hats back on and split this. We have to do item 30 and we have to do item 31. We have both of them in front of us. What's that? All right, so we have a motion to approve staff's recommendation on item 30. Do we have a second? We have it seconded, all right? A discussion of that motion. Anybody have any comments? I'll make just a few comments. If I can, I really appreciate Ron taking the time to come and sit and ask the question about the EIR, and I appreciate Jason being here twice and sending a letter. A letter from your organization is not something that any of us take lightly. It's something that we pay attention to, and I really wanted to try to check out carefully. I think the fundamental question in my mind at this situation is what's the right good government decision to make? And I would offer that I have not seen a project yet in my service that no matter where you are in the environmental process, whether you've done it in an EIR or whether you're in a supplemental EIR or whether you're at a mitigated negative deck, that you can't make a case for more work and more study to be done. I mean, it would be very possible we do the EIR, and then that would raise the opportunity for people to say, now study this and study that. And so at some point in time, the good government decision that you're faced with is when is the time? And when you look at the benefits of this project, the protection, I mean, what we have to add to this is the risk of a big storm hits, and all of a sudden we do have landfill material being washed in the river. We had that happen in Fillmore, and it's a real problem when that happens. So it's not like we have an unlimited amount of time. The second thing is time is money. I think the idea of, you set the project aside, you pick the project back up. We have a watershed protection district that is completely underfunded and overstrained in terms of what has to get done. So you put those two things together, and then I'll offer the final thing. Many of the same arguments were raised when the conversation was brought up about putting the weir fields in at Foster Park on the Ventura River. that it would hurt the habitat and those things. I had the opportunity to talk to Fish and Game about that, and they are delighted with what the impacts of the weir fields have been, because it's actually improved habitat at Foster Park, created habitat that kept washing out with the storms before. And so they feel like the weir fields have worked exceptionally well there. So in making the judgment call, it doesn't mean that our friends that remind us you got to be really careful about the environment aren't playing an important role. But at this point in time, I'm at the spot where I would support the motion, because I think on this one it is time for us to say, let's get this thing, get this step of this done, be able to move forward. So that's my comment, Supervisor Parks.
Yeah, I can support the M&D, realizing that we're going to have in September a look at other priorities to make sure this is the one we want to jump on, and that we will also make sure that we have some funding associated with it and the shared costs that from VRC and Oxnard. So at this point, this is the environmental study. The only question I have really with this is the issue of the integration with the levee system. And from what I'm hearing from staff, they don't anticipate that's going to change the project. So I'll go ahead and support it.
Great. And I appreciate the fact that staff has increasingly got better at working with those people from the environmental community as they raise their questions and stuff, and encourage that to continue to be the case. Okay, we have a motion and a second. We're ready to vote. Okay. Item 31 now. We're ready for a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to approve item 31.
I'll second that.
Okay.
I'll second it whenever we get a chance.
And Mr. Chair, as we're doing that, I want to thank Bert and Chuck for their excellent work here, and also the watershed protection people, and also the City of Oxnard for all the work that you're doing. And the important thing here to me is it's a safety issue there in the City of Oxnard. The 3,000-foot gap there is extremely important, and we are going to work very diligently with Lois Caps's office, the watershed, City of Oxnard, and all of us combined to take care of that, remedy that problem, and thank Rob here from the City of Oxnard for being here today. So thank you for the good work.
We had a meeting yesterday with representatives of Congresswoman Capps' office here in the government building to talk about how do we move this project as rapidly as possible. But we certainly hear your message, and I really appreciate your comments, sir. Even though your home is out of it, you're still here fighting for the other residents in your neighborhood. And Bert, I don't know where your home is, whether it's in or out, but I'm sure you would be here either way. So I'll compliment you both for being here.
Mr. Chair, my home's in it too. So.
And Mr. Chair,
Supervisor Parks.
Just to say that this is this FEMA mapping issue has created angst countywide. And Camarillo, I dealt with this a year ago, so we didn't have much more advance notice, and the city of Camarillo and the community of Leisure Village is going to be impacted by the insurance issues also. So it's been countywide angst on this.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. We are ready to vote on that, and that motion. We have somebody missing here. And it went on without me? The world can spin without you. My father used to remind us all of that. The world can spin without you just fine, right? All right. So, all righty. Thank you, Roberta. Okay, we are now, I know we have a speaker for this item, so I want to try to get to it as quickly as we can. We also still have the fire study. What's that? And they have been waiting also. Yes, we have to do the fire study, right? Here we go. No, the fire study. We've been holding up and stuff. So if Supervisor Longfield just call up item 38, our fire study personnel. Here we go.
Okay, item 38 is up before the board. It's a response to the VC It's City of Thousand Oaks, and it's a report from our fire chief. Mr. Roper. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Bob Roper, Fire Chief, Fire Protection District. I'm here in regards to your board's direction to return to talk to you and to report back about the questions the City of Thousand Oaks raised about the revenues generated versus the value of the services. I also wanted to talk about the position of the fire district, that this is really, the fire district provides regional fire services. Going back to give you a little history is we've worked with the City of Thousand Oaks as they've looked at the services that we provide over a period of time. They recently, back in 2007, hired a consultant to do a review of the fire services that we provide. And during that time, I'll get my slides changed. And during that time, we worked with the consultant, and the core of the report, the consultant and ourselves are on the same page with as far as analyzing the facts and so forth. Where we differ really is the issue about the funding philosophy. During the course of that, the one thing that was brought up by the City Council and comments is there's never been a question about the quality of the services delivered. This is further exemplified in the city's customer satisfaction survey that they do on a regular basis. The report, what we end up doing is looking at the two varying philosophies here. One is our position is the fire district was formed to provide regional fire services, and in that we looked at the history, performance benchmarks, our infrastructure, and then the value and efficiencies gained, as well as on the City of Thousand Oaks methodology is they use basically what we call a return to source method. This is where if a dollar is generated here, where was it used type of thing. Let me go with the formation of the fire district was back in 1928 when the fire district was formed. The fire district located its station based upon the enclave of population areas within the county. So you have to remember, during that time, City of Camarillo, Simi, Moore Park, and Thousand Oaks were not in existence. Those are large tracts of ranches and flatlands. During 1928, the City of Ojai already had an existing fire department, and when we formed as a fire district, City of Ojai then took and put their fire department within the fire district. Also, when the City of Hueneme incorporated, they decided to stay within the fire district, and this went through to all the 6 cities that we protect today, Simi, Moore Park, Camarillo, and Thousand Oaks. When they incorporated in the mid-60s, they all decided to stay as part of the fire district and not form their own fire department. And that means then that the funding source and so forth is still part of the fire district as a special district, and those cities did not have to deal with the infrastructure issues, the personnel, the operations of that. When I became fire chief, one of the things that we did is the fire district, we assigned a representative to each of the cities. This gave them the correspondence and the actual contact that we are serving as their fire department. Prior to that, I would have to say the fire district acted kind of autonomously, and so we blended that well. So each of the cities now have somebody they can call their local fire chief that they can go to. Currently, what we end up doing is, if you look at the map, this is the red locations are the locations of each of the fire stations. When these were originally put into those enclave homes, we had a response time criteria of about 7 to 9 minutes. And this was based on some national studies that were done, that if a fire, as it starts from an incipient stage, if you don't extinguish it within 7 to 9 minutes, the fire would grow exponentially. So we based that was our travel time for fire stations. Later on, as some of the standards have changed and so forth, we're down to a 4-minute travel time, which is consistent with emergency medical service standards and CPR safes and so forth. We break up the county as we're a regional service provider into 5 core regional areas. 1 is the Ojai Valley, 2 is the Santa Clara Valley, 3 is the Moore Park Simi area, 4 is the Camarillo Las Posas Plains, and 5 is the Thousand Oaks Conejo Valley area. We break it up that way because of the geographical barriers that were kind of confine those. What we have is when we have a flood situation, each of those areas become its own entity. It's similar with fires. And so it gives us a great dispatch algorithm to follow if we need to get to those areas and deal with it. The benefits really with the regional service delivery is that the emergencies don't respect a jurisdiction line. You've seen fires, you've seen floods that go past one city into the unincorporated area, back into another city. And so the other thing with the regional service delivery is we provide a consistent level of services. This is just a pie chart showing our revenue sources. 79%, the largest amount of our revenues come from property taxes. And as you've seen with the real estate market issues over the last year, that is also our most volatile area now, whether our revenue sources go up or go down. As far as liabilities or our expenses within our budget, it's in 4 areas. One is our operating costs. This is our personnel, benefits, and training. 2 is our infrastructure issues, which are really our facilities. 3 is our apparatus and equipment. And 4 is our contingency issues. And let me explain to you about our contingency. In every area that we protect, all the cities we protect, if we have a major fire, a hazardous material spill, flood issues or so forth, that within the incorporated area of that city, and I expend overtime or pay for additional resources that come in, that expense comes out of the fire district budget. It does not affect the city's general fund. In case of the Thousand Oaks area, they have one of the largest areas of open space within the incorporated areas of the city. We've had fires there. When we bring the sheriff's helicopter in, or we've brought in fixed wing on a few fires, those expenses come out of our budget, not the city's general fund.
If I could just interrupt and ask this question. Statement was made in the newspaper that you agreed that they paid more and it didn't seem consistent with what my reading of your report. It's not that the city is paying more for the services, it's that the city is getting some services that they're not paying for also, and that it becomes very difficult to actually figure out who's paying more. Is that an accurate statement based on what you just said there? For example, the city has a fire inside the city in their open space area, and you're saying that quite a bit of the equipment and the service that comes there you don't pay for, correct?
Correct.
I mean, they don't pay. The city doesn't pay for it.
Correct.
Right.
I'll go into a little more detail, but it's the tough thing to do is when you're deployed on a regional basis, we do not account for any of our funding sources or expenses by jurisdiction, okay? We account for everything as one large organization.
Great.
And what's really tough is when you try to back into a formula. It's real tough because we don't account for it that way. So there's a lot of swags and guesses and estimates on how you do it. The one thing that was really within the consultant's report that wasn't addressed was the contingency fund and the exposure, the value of that. It was not addressed. But it is something that is of value to each of those areas, but it's not really recognized.
Right. Thank you. I'll let you get back. Yeah.
But you have the reciprocal agreement, right, with if you had a major problem in Thousand Oaks, Moore Park, and Simi Valley, we would also respond to Thousand Oaks.
Yeah, but actually, because we're a regional deliverer, we don't have to ask. Those are our resources that we can automatically respond.
But I understand, but it's also an expense to the city of Moore Park or Simi Valley if they assist. Right.
Well,
I know it's within the same district, but...
but actually, it's not an expense for them. The only thing is those cities could say their resources moved over, okay? So if you use a return-to-source argument, one could say that this city over here, City A, is moving a resource to City B, and they should be compensated.
So, but if we have somebody from Ventura and Oxnard, then it would be a reciprocal agreement that we had with Oxnard.
Yes.
Because we have their own fire departments. Okay.
This slide talks about For our regional services, really what we hold our bottom line, what we're accountable to is our performance benchmarks. And our performance benchmark, this is one of them that deals primarily with operations. We have performance benchmarks for turning around plans, plan check hours, and so forth. But the one that most people rely on for 911 services is this, is our benchmark is 6 minutes and 30 seconds is our total response time from the time we pick up the call at the dispatch center to the wheel stop at the fire engine at the scene of the emergency. This is our performance benchmark that we guide most of our actions on to look at, are we getting there in time? If not, what were the factors? Were there duplicate calls? Are the population growth getting larger and so forth? And it's my responsibility to come back to you as my board of directors is to tell you we're not accomplishing our performance benchmark. This is my analysis on what we have to do. This is my financing plan on how to do it, and this is my recommendation to do it. Part of this is it's broken down into 1 minute and 30 seconds for the dispatch time, another minute for the turnout time or getting en route, and 4 minutes for drive time. This is a performance benchmark that we use for our urban areas. The rural areas do not have a standard benchmark because of the geographic nature and the response of those areas. The other thing that we use performance benchmarks, we also look at the outcome of the calls. You know, were we successful or not, and what were the effect? We look at trend analysis, and then we also look at industry projections on what is happening. Is there an aging population in this community? Are we going to have more emergency medical service calls? One of the things your board heard this morning was with the healthcare agency, the issues with it is the sheriff and I are going to end up wearing a lot of the deficits from their budgets because the public won't have anybody else to call. We are going to be called for more first aid type of medical calls. The ERs will be inundated with more people reaching out for medical care. Those type of things will be part of our performance benchmarks that will be analyzing the industry trend. Part of our performance benchmarks that we have to do, we look at how can we work smarter. One of the things your board supported us in doing is we used new technology by putting the GPS or the automatic vehicle locators on the equipment now as part of the computer-aided dispatch. So we're dispatching now the closest resources, and that has been remarkable as far as the results of that. The other thing we're working with is the Public Health Agency or the Emergency Medical Service Agency on a new software program called First Watch. And what it does is it takes all the dispatch information and it monitors. And it's like a dashboard of your car, and it can tell us where the calls are happening and how quick are we getting there, and it does that analysis for us. So we're trying to end up working smarter to see how can we maximize the dollars. It's kind of an automated Lean Six process for us. The other thing that affects the performance benchmark, especially with travel time, is if you look at a city, and one city may be set up on a grid system that the streets are north, south, east, and west. The other street system have these different circumventus routes that you can't get there from here. That inhibits some of the travel time. Also, access to gated communities. We also have traffic signals, and the other thing is the accuracy of the caller when they call 911. A lot of people don't realize that our dispatch processing time is 1 minute, but we get a lot of people, they may not be bilingual. We may have issues that they've been there 20 times, but they don't know what the name of the street is. And I think we've all been in that situation, and that takes more time to process the calls. For the infrastructure serving the city of Thousand Oaks is one of the things I wanted to show you. We have 6 fire stations located actually within the city boundaries of Thousand Oaks. We have 3 additional stations that are on the periphery of Thousand Oaks, but a lot of their calls are within the city. One of the things we had was with the methodology of trying to go back to a return to source argument is the issue is if a station is located in the city, do you count it as 100% as an asset? Well, and our problem has been if we do it in one city, then we have to be able to replicate that into another city. And so one of our examples we use on the screen here is Station 44 in Wood Ranch, because that's one station that's located in the city of Simi Valley, but it serves Thousand Oaks. So Thousand Oaks, in their methodology, didn't count it as 100%. It was discounted. But if I try to reverse it, Thousand Oaks may have said it was only 50% of value to its city, but in Simi Valley, it's 100% value. Okay, so that's what part of our problem is trying to replicate any methods. With this, what I wanted to show you is by the age of the stations, one of the things that we have to do is we constantly look at how do we go back and replace our stations. We try to have around a 50-year shelf life, service life out of the stations. And with these, even though some of them are aging stations, we've gone through and we've rebuilt them in different stages and so forth. But we do have a capital improvement plan with each of them. These are supported by our facility fee ordinance that your board adopted for the unincorporated areas, and then we also take and we ask the cities to adopt that within each of them. That money is mixed with our operating budget to use to relocate stations. Currently in Thousand Oaks, the one key one that we're working with them is on a development agreement over by off of Windy Drive to relocate fire station number 35 over into a new site. This map shows you, it's a computer-generated map. This shows you our coverage area. We can do this on a computer. What we do is we put the road speeds in to the computer, that if the road's only 25 miles an hour, the computer figures how far you can drive in a certain amount of time. And then it also takes into account traffic lights, stop signs, that type of thing, major thoroughfares. The darker areas is actually where we have two fire stations that overlap. So when it's darker, the coverage is better. Now you can see that there are some areas within the confines of city of Thousand Oaks that may not show any shaded areas. The thing is that this map also, because it's computer, it's only from the static location of the fire station. So if now with our new technology of the GPS component on the fire engines are always traveling their sectors, and so they're always moving. The other thing is that this doesn't take into account code 3 driving. So when red lights and sirens are being used, fire engines will slow down at a signal or stop sign, but they're generally moving forward. So we feel comfortable in reality that the coverage is even better than what the map shows, but we use this for planning purposes. Within this, what we're showing with our data and our coverage is that we have no service voids within the fire district within the area of Thousand Oaks. These are just some general facts for your board to look at. As stated in the consultant's report, Thousand Oaks accounts for more calls and more time spent for the fire district. And so this just shows that there's different ways. You can take different factors to come up with different methodologies. We talked about the fire district really is formed on regional benefits. The first one being is we can offer lower overall cost and cost efficiencies. This was contained in the LAFCO Municipal Service Review Report in 2004 that dealt with the cost avoidance issue the city saves on if they had their own fire department would be is purchasing, fleet maintenance, labor issues, dealing with benefit issues, the contingency fund, specialized services, and then department resources in from training to dispatch to the ancillary services. We talked about emergencies do not recognize jurisdictional lines, the speed and the depth of the resource deployment, because when I ask for a resource to go to something, is we don't have to call like I do in other agencies to can they respond, okay? We automatically move the chess pieces on the board. There's a consistent level of services inside and outside of the city. One of the things that we found was going back to the census report is about 52% of the people in Thousand Oaks travel over 26 miles a day to and from work. Well, within Thousand Oaks is if you're traveling 26 miles, you're going outside the city. So would you as a citizen of Thousand Oaks would like the same level of service that you have in the city as well as on your commute to work if you were in a traffic accident. The seamless resource availability and coordination, and the service capability and range of specialized services. This includes our urban search and rescue, our hazardous materials, our wildland units also are at the disposal. And then multi-jurisdictional command and control of incident management. And this is primarily, the one we see is primarily on wildland fires, where a fire could approaching a community, and we have a seamless transition of command as a fire moves into a community because everything's integrated. We don't pass command, and that's a high value. In the city, their consultants report, like I said, focused it on a $5 to $6 million service gap, they were calling it. With that, it's a return to source methodology that I wanted to show your board, is that there are several different ways that you could take this and interpret it. Return to source methodologies are kind of like statistics. You can move them to where you want them. They can be subjective. And so what I wanted to show you is that there is no one way that you can look at it. You can look at strictly from a population, the population of Thousand Oaks, and you take the value of that, compare it to the revenues, and it gives you one factor possibly favoring the city. And then you take another one, another formula, and you look at the number of time spent and call loads and stuff, and you could look at that and you say it's favoring the fire district and so forth. So that's why we didn't want to go with trying to argue the difference in the numbers between the $5 and $6 million, because the focus on the way we were formed as a fire district and we operate today is a regional service delivery approach. Like I said, we don't account for how and where we deliver services, and every year the statistics change. So if I was starting a city from new, fire protection service, one, I would say I would analyze the city. I'd put the fire stations in different locations. And then 10 years later, if the performance benchmarks and everything, in a perfect world, I would scramble all those resources to deal with growth issues and so forth. In reality, we can't do that with our fire stations. We were formed as a regional service delivery. We protect the entire Conejo Valley. We protect Lynn Ranch, the Casa Conejo tract, which are unincorporated areas within this, the areas of Thousand Oaks. And so we don't recognize jurisdictional lines, and the citizens benefit from that, okay? And that should be the number one thing that we look at. The problem is trying, like I said, is trying to back into an existing system and then trying to create a model that everybody could agree to, and can we replicate that in each of the cities? As Simi Valley says, well, that doesn't work for us. Well, we're not going to win, okay? We were formed as a regional service deliverer, and that's the way it works. The other thing that you have to look at is the issue of, on a return to source, if Roberta, for example, I'll use her, she and I are neighbors on the same street, okay? She bought her house 50 years ago, and I just bought mine. She pays a lot less in property taxes than I pay being a new property owner, okay? So should she get less services or more services than I, okay? It's the same thing if you do neighbor to neighbor, and then do somebody who lives in a more affluent area of a city, should they get more services than somebody in a more impoverished area of a city? Same thing from city to county, from the county to the state. I may pay more federal income tax than somebody else. Should I get more services than that? Our form of government, local all the way to federal, is based upon not equity or return to source. It is dealt with public policy issues on how do we deliver services. So that's why we've stayed away from the return to source argument.
Yeah, before you leave this, if you go back, just want to clarify. When you up at the top one it says 7.3 million favoring the city versus methodology 3 ready reserve, 4.6 million favoring the fire district. What does the term mean, favoring the city, mean?
Okay. What would, in that instance, what it would say is that we take the revenues, basically I showed in the formulas the $33 million in revenues the city says they're generating, and we're saying that favoring the city is that it's actually, they're not spending as much money to get those services. So I think on page 6 and 7 of your report, I tried to break those out. It actually means that there's an imbalance, and that imbalance can be toward the city or be toward the fire district.
And when you say towards the city, you mean the city is paying more than they're getting, or the city is receiving more than they're paying?
More.
The city is receiving more than they're paying. Is that correct? So in the first scenario, you're talking about the city, with that scenario, that model implies the city is paying $7.3 million more than they're receiving.
Correct.
No, just
Yes.
the opposite.
Well,
Go back.
Okay. Yeah. But we're on page 7 of the actual report, what I'm showing is that for the value is about $33 million in revenues the city's saying they're generating. The value of the amount of resources being expended in the city is about $40 million. So the city is receiving the benefit of about $7 million that they're not paying for in that methodology.
Yeah. All right. Okay. So this is the real question I wanted to get to in terms of that, so thank you. Bottom line is, the answer to the question, was the city paying more than they're getting? Or the answer to that question is, number one, it's very difficult. It all depends on where you decide to slice the pie.
Correct.
Or where you decide to actually put the line in and do your measurement from. But you could do it one way, and so the swing is over $11 million, between 7.4 going one direction and 4.6 going the other direction. 7.4 favoring the city and 4.6 favoring the fire district.
Correct.
And that there are so many different ways to do it. So you would not. So your study doesn't, quote, as it said in the newspaper, agree with the city that they are spending more than they're receiving.
Correct.
The study does not do that. Okay, I wanted to be clear with that. And I think that probably the classic example is the one you just used with property tax. Do you go all the way back to, does each house only receive it would be ludicrous to say that each house on a street would only receive the services that they pay for when they pay different property tax valuation. But I just want to make, that's the fundamental point that I think we want to try to make here today.
The only clear way to do a return to source argument is to do a contract, so that through like an RFP process that if you want this level of service, then you pay this amount of price. You can't back into something that's already existing and try to come up with the same thing.
And even when you do that, it's not a true return to source, because the residents that are paying that are paying different amounts.
Correct.
And let's say they did a contract for a street. Are they going to say nobody else can drive down the street? People, there's so much in the public domain that we have to provide that we can't then turn around and say, but only the people that have paid taxes for this item get to use it, whether it's the library, whether it's a street, whether it's the fire, whether it's emergency service, as it comes. So, okay, thank you.
With the simple data model, you're showing that the city's population accounts for 27% of the fire district's budget and a third of its resources. Is that another way of saying if you were to do it per person, they would be about they are underpaying by $7 million? Is that how it goes? You're saying it's $7 million?
You could say that.
If you did it per person.
Yeah.
But if you did it for how much their house is worth, it might go the other way.
Yeah, then it's an entirely different variable.
So per person, they're getting more services are there than they represent as a percentage of the population. Right?
Well, like I say, that's a very simple model.
Certainly.
But it just points out, again, with the different models that you can see up here, it goes back and forth whichever way you wanted to take it. Okay, so as we went through our report and our analysis, we found that there's no service voids in the area of Thousand Oaks. We talked about the emergencies don't respect jurisdictional lines. The city accounts for the largest percentage of calls and time. We talked about the cost avoidance opportunities within the LAFCO report. We talked about the umbrella of the contingency fund and what it offers. It also should be pointed out within the city's consultant report, there was 9 individual recommendations they had, and we have constantly worked with the city to try to accomplish those that were attainable. And we have, probably out of the 9, I think there's only probably 3 outstanding ones, that those are major policy decision items that we're not addressing here today. It's also the quality of the fire service, services that we provide is not in question. And in the city staff report, one of the things they had is that there was options that the city could employ through the LAFCO process to detach if they want. We also talk about that mutual aid is not guaranteed. And it's really one of the benefits of the regional service delivery, and that our regional services are based solely on our performance benchmarks. The fire district has constantly looked at what needed to be done throughout the fire district and particularly in the city of Thousand Oaks, and we have enhanced services there we have more paramedic services, for instance, in Thousand Oaks, and that's because it was a need, it was not a political issue. We also have more what we call rescue tools in the city of Thousand Oaks because of the need based on the number of traffic accidents. So the things that we do, which is different from one community to another, is based upon need and not the politics or the request. The regional models can't be backed into, and again, we talked about the return to source methodology can be subjective. Also within it, the one thing we want to just make sure that the public understands too is in the argument or the difference of opinion between return to source and where money is generated, the fire district does not charge somebody if you live in Camarillo and you have an accident in Simi Valley. We don't charge you because you're outside of your home area. It's the same thing with a visitor coming into our community. The only time the fire district goes after cost recovery is really when there's been a violation of a code or an infraction. In summary, there's greater operational synergy and consistent public services via the regional service delivery approach. And the real thing is that we can't back in to the return to source methodology because we were formed as a regional service provider. We would have to completely dismantle our system and at a great cost to try to come up with something else. The challenge before us all now is to avoid the differences that may interfere with the existing high level of public services. Our mission is to anticipate and respond to the dynamic and public safety needs of our diverse community. The men and women of this fire district do that every day to honor the people that pay their taxes and the revenues. The recommendations that I put in the report is number 1 is receive and file this report. I will constantly monitor the performance benchmarks and report back to you on any areas that we need to do enhancements. We'll do enhancements based on associated with growth, the infrastructure and the economy and the community needs, and we'll continue to focus on our regional service delivery approach. And that concludes my report.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other questions for? Go ahead, Supervisor Floyd.
That was great. That really gave clarity to all the stuff that we've been hearing about, but it also gives you an understanding that under this method I think that we currently use, you can see cities have issues or whatever and property taxes rise and fall on those, and we don't have to, as a city, you don't have to worry about any of that kind of stuff because you are getting regional coverage. It doesn't make a whole lot of difference. So that did give clarity, and I'm glad that I got my house 15, 20 years ago, so I don't have to get less service than others.
I just wanted to thank you for coming forward with this. I know the City Council in Thousand Oaks had requested you to bring forward a study status report based on their consultant's report, and I know you're going to be doing that in September, and I requested that you bring forward to our board also to see how their problems or their differences of opinion, I might say, are how we perceive them. So I think it's important that we realize we have the best service that we can get with our fire district. I think we're very fortunate, and as the City Council has pointed out, they don't have an issue with the service, and I think that is so important, and to realize the regional benefits. As you're saying, emergencies don't know jurisdictions, and we were able to assist Thousand Oaks residents in the Metrolink accident, for example. We have Thousand Oaks residents who get injured on the Conejo Grade on the 101 freeway, and it's so nice to be able to know that we've got the best that we can get. And part of the reason why we have such a good department is because it's regional, because we are able to use funding to get some really good resources available that other smaller fire departments do not have. So I think we're really fortunate for what we have. And I also appreciate your conclusion in the report, too, is to avoid any differences of opinions that may interfere with the high quality of public services provided by the fire district in conjunction with the city. I think to have, you are being extremely responsive, I think, to the city, to coming forward with reports and having them present their issues, and particularly working well to attain many of their requests. And I appreciate that, despite the fact that, you know, we have we look at this regionally, that you are trying to address the city's concerns. I think that is admirable. But when the, you know, rubber hits the road, the important part is that we're all treated equally by the fire department. It's based on where the need is, and I am very confident that that is how we are addressing the needs in Thousand Oaks and throughout the district. And I don't think we should ask for anything more. Thank you.
Supervisor
I want to thank you for an excellent report, and I think your last recommendation says it very well. The focus on regional delivery approach is very, very important. And I feel very safe because I go to Simi Valley and Moore Park quite often because I have relatives out there. But I want to thank you for an excellent report. Thank you.
I'm going to end it. I'm going to ask for a motion and make the comment that just as we saw with the library issue, that return to source arguments are not good government arguments for us to have. You can burn up an enormous amount of time trying to calculate return to source and never be able to accurately reflect it, as you pointed out with the property tax example that you had between you and Roberta. So with that, we have a motion and a second.
And the motion is to receive and file the report, continue to monitor performance benchmarks to ensure fire rescue services are meeting the service demands, seek opportunities to enhance fire rescue services associated with growth, infrastructure modifications, and the economy, and refrain from return to source discussions and focus on creating further synergy for the regional service delivery approach.
Okay. You spent a lot of time on a return to source, and now we want to be, we don't want to spend more time on it. Right. Thank you very much. We're ready to vote.
Work, Chief.
All righty. And that's on your time. That passes. And my apologies to the healthcare agency, but the addendum, I overlooked the addendum. We could have gotten you out of here a long time ago. We should have. If you want to, we want to quickly do the addendum to the healthcare agency. It's the grant that they put in. They moved and seconded, right? Got anything essential that you have to tell us, Mike?
Just thank you, and thank you to the staff who worked very hard to get it in on August 6th, around the clock. It's an 86-page application, and that's Kim Graves, Pamela Lindeman, Dr. Gonzalez, and our Chief Financial Officer, Catherine Rodriguez, around the clock to get this.
And it's a huge grant if you get it.
Yes.
If you get it, it's a huge benefit for the system. So thank you very much. I really appreciate it. All right. So that's been approved. We have 2 items left. I think we can, hopefully we can move both of these fairly quickly. Item 43, Christy Madden, AB 811, update.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon,
Chair
Christy.
Bennett, members of the board, Marty Robinson. My name is Christy Madden with the County Executive Office. Energy issues, including AB 811, are complex and dynamic, as evidenced by the length and the detail in your letter. I'm not going to take the time. I know we have a limited amount of time here to go through all of the details in the letter, but I do want to speak to a couple of issues. One kind of a housekeeping issue. Attachment 2 to your letter speaks to the proposed program being part of the TEETR program. That's actually a policy discussion of the board. The AB 811 program in Sonoma County is part of their TEETR, but that would be a local decision if and when a program was established for the county. I've been asked to speak to the issue of judicial validation briefly. There's a fair amount of debate on this issue. questioning whether or not the creation of an assessment district is subject to Article 13 relating to a citizen's right to vote on taxes. Some people believe that this applies to all assessments, while others believe that it applies only to involuntary assessments. Judicial validation is a process whereby jurisdictions file a friendly lawsuit against themselves, basically, seeking public objections to the district's formation. And in the absence of objections from the public, then an unqualified opinion is issued regarding the legality of the district's establishment, protecting you from objections from the public in the future. The process can take 3 to 6 months, but if there are objections to the district, it can take as many years as it takes to get through litigation process. There is a process for proceeding with judicial validation at the statewide level. There is significant interest in doing so. Staff is not aware that anybody is pursuing that at this time, but we would be hopeful that this issue would be resolved as part of the statewide program. I'd also like to emphasize a point that's in this letter. We talk about the state energy program that has funding to help jurisdictions establish and create AB 811 assessment district programs. It does have a dollar-for-dollar match requirement in the grant, and staff has not identified any local sources from the county that we could use to help in prepare such an application. If you were to proceed with option B under item 2 in your board letter that calls for creating a county-wide benefit assessment district, we would most likely be looking to the participating cities who would be interested in participating and ask them to try and come up with match that we could use for that application. Those applications are due in the end of October. We have not seen the application themselves, so at this point it's difficult to know whether we have the staff resources to even pull the application together in time to meet that deadline. The invitation to participate in a tri-county program is a fairly recent development. It appears that we will be having a meeting between all 3 jurisdictions sometime around the end of the month. Schedules and vacations are preventing us from meeting earlier. We do believe, as does the Community Environmental Council, you should have all gotten a copy of their support letter for today's board item. Does see some benefit to pursuing a tri-county program. There is significant emphasis that's being placed by the funding agencies on regionalism and maximizing efficiencies in development of programs. So the establishment of such a program would actually be the first in the country if we were to establish one for Santa Barbara and San Luis and Ventura counties. Times are difficult for local government. No one needs to tell you that. Jurisdictions like Santa Cruz recently concluded that pursuing a program now would probably result in interest rates that would be so high that it might deter participation in the program. Participation is essential to the success of the economics of an AB 811 program. You have to have participation because the difference between what you borrow the money for and what you loan it out for is what goes to pay for your staffing costs for administering the program. So if you don't have volume of participation, you're not generating that revenue to pay for staff costs. To that end, it does raise a concern that was expressed by the assessor, who is unable to be here today, and he suggested that perhaps a program could offer readily available access to credit that people might not be able to secure on their own independently if they were not credit worthy, meaning that we would be putting people at risk by encouraging them to take on additional debt. Some participating jurisdictions have mitigated that concern by, one, only loaning out a percentage of the assessed value of the property, and more importantly, asking the applicants to get confirmation from the first mortgage holder that they approve of their participation in this plan. I think I indicated in the letter that these liens are superior to the first mortgage because it's attached to your property taxes, so some of the banking community has been objects to some of these programs. Regardless of the option that your board selects, Under this board letter, we do encourage your board's endorsement of the Ventura County Energy Improvement Program. We have applied for a grant through EPA to provide an energy liaison position. The energy liaison would be a person to go out in the community county-wide to do public outreach on the importance of energy efficiency and energy conservation. There's a fairly sizable attachment in your letter that outlines some of the rebates and other incentives, excuse me, that are currently available to promote energy efficiency. We also know that the solar community is responding quickly in some regards with respect to encouraging the development of solar on residential properties. We've seen the outcropping of lease to purchase programs and power purchase agreements being developed for individuals that can help to mitigate the cost of installing solar. If you lease out a part of your roof, you don't actually own the system, but in exchange you get locked into a certain energy price that protects you from increases in energy costs in the future. The solar company then owns the unit on your rooftop and does all of the maintenance for those systems as well. This has been a complicated process, and it is a moving target. There is a lot of activity and discussion out there in jurisdictions about the benefits and advantages of an AB 811 program. If we were to set up a program for the County of Ventura, we staff are recommending that we make it a county-wide program and that we put up general fund money in the amount of about $10 million that we would loan out on an as-needed basis, so we don't incur loan costs on those funds before we actually need them. So,
okay.
Happy to answer questions.
Great. Do we have questions? I have a series of questions, but I think I'd like to get the speaker in and then have you come back. So Rachel Morris, who has patiently waited since 11:15 when we thought we were going to get to this item.
Glad to be here.
Thank you for waiting. Appreciate it.
So good afternoon, everybody. And so I'm here. My name is Rachel Morris, and I'm here on behalf of VC Cool, which is a community grassroots global warming action group. And I'm here to encourage further forward motion on AB 811. And I obviously don't need to go into the more technical aspects, so what I would like to speak on is what we see as some of the benefits that would come if this were to come to fruition. So the first piece I'd like to bring up is just equity in our own energy manufacturing. So rather than having our funds going somewhere else, paying someone else for the energy, we on our rooftops with windmills, whatever, would have equity in our own energy creation. The other issue is with the energy price unpredictability. When we create our own energy sources and we put money into conservation, then we are directly putting the control in our own pockets about our energy. So that's a strong direction there. Also, of course, we're looking at state law, AB 32. And so this would be a prudent way to begin to take action now so that when we need to fulfill AB 32, we're in a good situation to do that. And finally, a big piece of this has to do with job creation. Because when we're doing something like liquid natural gas or these other things that are coming from somewhere else, we're not really putting the dollars into local jobs. And when we're looking at the kind of changes like solar, we're looking at not only local jobs, but quality green-collar jobs, which means electronics and small units going on one house at a time. So those are some of the many benefits that we see with going forward with this prudent measure. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rachel. I'll call Christy back up here. I'll tell you, I have a series of questions that I don't suspect that you have all the answers to, and that's understandable.
I can do my best.
I want to point out, it is a very fluid field right now, what's going on with AB 811 out there. And so it's difficult for staff to get hard, clear, fast answers or hard, clear, fast recommendations, because as soon as you start to lock into something, the field changes. Things have changed dramatically since our first direction to the board in terms of doing this. Santa Barbara and San Luis Obispo, do those staffs think their supervisors are on board for going together if, in fact, we go that direction? Have you gotten a positive feel?
I can speak pretty definitively for Santa Barbara County. I know that they are pretty proactive, and Supervisor Carbajal has brought an item to the board, and staff is working diligently on that. I can turn to Carrie Ann. Do we know anything about San Luis? Yeah, strong support from their Board of Supervisors in San Luis as well.
And I'm going to try to do this as quickly as I can because we have these other things. You answered the question about judicial validation. It says in here, these grant applications, which must be accompanied by complete program design, judicial validation, and resolutions of intent to form the district, are due by October 30th. Does that mean judicial validation has to be completed by October 30th?
Well, you know, the truth of the matter is what we have are guidelines from the SEP program, and I think that those applications that have those pieces in place certainly are going to rank higher. The state has not yet released the NOFA for this program, and I can't imagine how jurisdictions are going to be able to have this completed. I mean, we know it's 3 to 6 months to complete.
All right, great. And then, so do you... It says intent to form the district. Does everybody who has to be part of who wants to be part of the district have to be signed up on board with an official resolution before the grant goes in? Do you have any idea?
I don't know. In Sonoma County, they got resolutions from their cities to authorize the county to create the district on their behalf as the procedure that it took there.
Okay, great. And then do we have any idea what it will entail for us if we do go together with the other counties? From reading the report, you know, certainly you strongly recommend the first recommendation, which is to hook up with the the Energy Improvement Program of the Ventura Regional Alliance. You know, sort of reading the report, seems that staff is at least open, if not mildly recommending that we try to hook up with these other counties. Is that a fair characterization? Yeah.
I do believe that leveraging with Santa Barbara and San Luis Obispo is going to be more doable for staff.
Okay, the final thing that I would just like to point out is in the staff's report, you identified that the vendors, you know, try to profit from doing this program. Private vendors try to profit from this program, and we're saying, why should we do that when we could do that ourselves? And it sort of says, you know, so that sort of takes us in the direction of we're not going to go with the private vendors. I would come back and say what I think is the right thing for us to do is to keep our options open without getting ourselves overly committed to any expense at this point in time.
Okay.
And to keep our options open, I would keep our options open to private financing also. Because although, you know, we may say that we can make money off of the spread, we also have the possibility of risk involved, and that's exactly what the private sector is sort of designed to do, is to take that risk. Now, this idea, I think what I'm hearing you say, which is fairly clever, if we can do it, which is to say, we don't have any carrying costs. It's just when somebody comes forward, we actually fund it, and then they start paying it back. So the problem with the other things is they go out and float, let's say, $5 million worth of bonds. Then if they don't get enough people subscribed, they've taken the risk and they have a problem. What we're saying is we don't float any bond or anything else. We just, as the money is needed, we pull it out, you know, on an as-needed basis. I need more time to analyze, you know, that kind of thing, and I'm sure staff does and everybody does. So with that, this is what I don't support committing $10 million right now, right? I think that's not consistent with where we are. But I think we ought to try to keep the options open with these concepts. Try to make it countywide, as broad as we can countywide. So while we're dark, if sometime while we're dark and between certainly before October 30th when we'd have to put in this grant application, whenever staff feels like it's appropriate to make the decision on the grant application, come back and let us know. What cities are interested in joining us at this conceptual level at this point in time, right? What cities are interested in joining us? Are the other two counties interested in hooking up with us, right? So we have those answers to this. We keep open the option of funding, including private funding, as we go forward. And that's all we do is, as you can see, Santa Barbara is looking at this, San Luis Obispo is looking at this. I think it would be inappropriate for us to stop looking at it, right? But we keep our options open because maybe we find our three-county regional approach can't move or we can't pull it together. It doesn't make as much sense as the state approach if the state approach starts to move, you know. And so that'd be my motion is to. Yeah, exactly. Is just to keep our options open so we can combine. Maybe we hook up with the state because of the financing, and we still have a regional, thing that helps us with administration, et cetera. So I think that's a sufficiently vague motion, and not intended to be, but I think it probably fits the tenor of where this movement is at this point in time. Go ahead, Supervisor Zergo. Well, it's not a recommendation. It's recommendation 1, support the creation, right? Okay. And then 2 is the hybrid of essentially C and D. Right. C and D, keeping the options open for C and D, clearly throwing out option A, which is we're too small to try to do this just on our own and not go into 10. Supervisor Long.
I'd like to ask to add another bullet to that. There is currently out in the universe asking for comments from the Public Utilities Commission, comments to some new funding resources that will come through ratepayer-funded energy efficiency programs. Great. And these dollars, as you know, we get, there are $30 million that come out of this community that are ratepayer-funded dollars. And they go typically through our public utility providers, vendors, of which 25% is taken off the top of those dollars for their utility representatives to go out and shake hands in the community and do the good work that they do. Here's what I would like us to do. Send a letter to weigh in on this comment period to the Public Utilities Commission, asking that they expand this next round of funding to more than just energy efficiency, but also for alternative energy resources. It may create a pool, if we have a tri-county region, to do the funding we need for some of this solar roofing and other things that we would need. Rather than go to our reserves or general fund or any dollars, we could have a pool from those public utility dollars. So sending a letter saying that they should expand to more than just energy efficiencies, but to alternatives, and that they should commit dollars locally back to the communities of those public goods dollars to create resources for us to do locally piloted programs, however we can phrase that. And I have some points I can work with the board's permission with the CEO in drafting such a letter to the CPUC.
I'd be happy to add that to the motion. You know, I think as we have AB 279 going forward, that could change the way we could put this all together also. So it is a fluid field, and I think that's a great suggestion. Would you like to, I'll make the motion, including that.
I'll second.
And Supervisor Parks, Long is seconding that. Anything else? We ready to vote? Yeah.
You know, one of a lot of good information here. And one thing that actually surprised me is to see all these millions of dollars being invested and so few projects coming out. I was very surprised with the city of Palm Desert with $7.5 million and plus, and all they got was 88 solar installations and 120 energy efficient ones. I mean, for less than 200 residents being helped, and then looking at 38 residents were the ones that we're looking at, I guess, for our pilot program. To me, I think it's important, and then looking at Sonoma using tobacco settlement money for it, which is kind of unheard of here. But the idea that if we do look at a program like this, it would be nice to see if we can look at a larger number than just 200 people in the county of Ventura, for example. And that's what we're seeing with the two programs that are on the ground right now. So.
Okay. Supervisor Foy.
Yeah, I think one of the things you're finding there is it's just not a good return. Otherwise, the private sector they'd be all over this stuff. So I just can't support this. I don't believe we should be doing any of that. I think the private industry can step up and provide this. It's wrong for us to be taking our reserves and doing any of this kind of thing at all. This is not something we should be doing. If it is competitive, people will do it out there, I think, themselves. So There's no, I can't look at that. And the other thing I'd have a hard time with, it goes back to that thing, we're going to provide housing for people. Well, what would be the situation all of a sudden somebody can't pay? We're in first position and all of a sudden, oh, we got to foreclose. The county's going to foreclose on your home because we loaned you money. There's just no way I can support any of that.
I appreciate those sentiments. I would like to point out that it's the private sector that actually came and asked the government to do it. Because the private sector, there's one piece.
They want to sell something. I'm talking about people who want to finance.
Well, no, I'm talking about there's one piece of help the private sector needs. They need to identify where they are in the subordination of loans. And so some of these private sector funders say if it's clear that we're subordinated as after property tax but before the first mortgage, they can make it work at a different spread. You know, they can borrow the money at a different cost. So this may move towards private funding as AB 279 passes, as other things get clarified, or as these judicial validations get clarified. So I agree with you. I think we should be very cautious about committing public dollars. And I think the Palmdale and the Palm Desert numbers are all very skewed. It's a very unusual program that they have here, and I don't know whether they did some very high-cost programs with a few people that had great energy efficiencies. But I know we've got to move on.
They got direct public goods dollars through political pull. I understand.
And yeah, the utility companies, provided them with funding.
But they get them right back to the source.
Sure, right. So we're ready to vote. Yeah, but I think these are all good points as we try to go forward. Okay, that passes 4-1. Appreciate those comments. And our final item, letter from myself and Supervisor Zaragoza, simply requesting, it's item 48, simply requesting that if a supervisor wants to bring forward any of the new CEQA study guidelines that staff is working on, that if they make that request during the public review period, that they could be agendized. I might point out what I think is a concern for mine right now is if staff goes forward with any of their changes to the CEQA study guidelines, after 30 days, those become the new law of Ventura County in terms of how CEQA is done, and we don't have any right to do anything with it. We can't say we bless it, we don't bless it, we want to modify it, or anything. We don't get a chance to review it at all. So this gives us that opportunity to look at them during that 30-day review period. I think it's certainly appropriate for us to at least keep the option for us to be able to review those guidelines. So.
And I'll second the motion, but I think it's important that the board should be entitled to review any changes and significant pieces of policy and procedures for our county governance.
All right. It's been moved and seconded. Supervisor Long, do you?
Well, just a question. The last time they were changed was 1999. I mean, how often do we see that there's going to be changes to the initial study guidelines? And I guess I just have some concerns that we don't step over the line of what is this initial study guideline and get into talking about land use and project linked issues to the initial study guidelines. So just a caution, if we're going to take this step, that it has to be very carefully done when and if it comes forward to the board for some dialogue on changes.
And I would point out the reason why I think that's why I'm not. I don't. That's why this motion doesn't say it comes to the board, but only if we think it's appropriate. If one of us think, hey, this merits that we're not trying to say we're anxious to try to do this, but only if we see something that we think needs to come to the board in this situation. I might point out the board used to have these come directly to the board. And then in 1999, that got changed to this approach, and I think it swung back the other way where the board doesn't get to look at it at all. But I would offer to you that if you get it established and a CEQA guideline gets established, then it actually means when something happens, we have no choice. We have to follow that guideline, even if it's a guideline that we are not supportive of at that point in time. We won't have any choice once we let it get adopted. So this isn't a review all the time, and like you said, last one was 1999, so it's not like we're going to be having these things coming to us all the time.
And this gives
but this time when it comes forward, we get a chance to take a look and go, yeah, that's, you know, that's stuff that we feel like we can live with.
It's just an opportunity to review then,
Right.
if we need to.
Is there something coming up or something that's come up that's
Well,
asked you to do?
all of the guidelines are being reviewed.
Right, I understand, but it's something come up that, or I just want to make sure I get it
Well-
out. I don't want to be micromanaging, but on the other side, I want to make sure that you're right, we have a look at some of this stuff, but what was the concern that?
Well, the ag study guidelines, certainly, I spoke on the ag study guidelines to the ag commissioner, and but all of the guidelines are coming up. I don't even know what the other guidelines are. But as I did, I said, well, where's that going to go? And when I found out it doesn't come to us, it never comes to us, that was sort of the last time to even speak on that. I went, that's the last time, and the rest of the board doesn't even know about it or get to weigh in.
They're critical things, so.
Yeah, right, okay.
I have one more question. Does this require a four-fifths vote?
No, it does not.
All righty. We're ready to vote on this item, and we have, I've been told that Supervisor Long and Robinson have till 2:15, so we actually have 54 minutes for closed session. We're ready to vote on this item. And we need to vote, and that item passes 5-0. Thank you very much. What's that? Oh, we need to receive and file the correspondence agenda. I need to vote.
You said 1:30.
I said I have this official memo from the CEO saying she's changed it right here. See, it's like a note from home. It says Kathy Long and Marty Robinson not leaving till 2:15. I intentionally slowed everything down when I got that.
So if Lynn Krieger's listening,
Now 2 o'clock, right? You talk about a fluid field. Your departure time has been a fluid. We are going into closed session, and are we coming out for any announcement?
No, there will be no
There will be no announcements out of closed session. We'll adjourn from closed session.